YouTube as well. So we're gonna go ahead and get back into the Castaways, which we are staying at Wilson's Last Resort. Which the really fun irony thing that we had was the first stream we had of this, we had the Empire gave us a capybara, and it was like, hey, please take care of our capybara for a couple of days for a reward. And we said, okay. The capybara showed up and its name was Wilson, so we did actually have it. So we control the vertical and the horizontal. Now the center axis. Twilight Zone music starts. But yeah, so to catch people up on what this colony is, so this colony, we are running what's known as the Hospitality mod. For those unfamiliar with the Hospitality mod, it basically lets you run a hotel in RimWorld, where if the guest stay is relatively nice, they will leave you money and otherwise sometimes goods or whatever, and if they have a terrible stay, they get really mad at you, and sometimes bad things happen, sometimes they don't. The colony was going extremely well until last stream where I had a mech cluster and things went bad. Things got real bad. So we did end up losing, what was it? We lost the first person in the engagement with the mech cluster. We lost 2 people to a stranger popping in who then turned on us and just bad timing at a break and everything. And we lost 1 person to an infection to Neanderthals. So of our colony of 7, we lost 4. And we've now built up, we've got 5. One of them has got paralytic abasia, so we haven't actually gotten to use them yet. But you get the idea. Oh, here, let me go ahead and open the queue. Alright, so queue is open, so if we do get a colonist, you can do !join to get yourself on the list. Now, you might be wondering what makes this actually hard. It doesn't look that bad. My question I have for you is, where is the stone? Where is the steel? Where is the uranium? Where is the components? Where are any materials I could build with that isn't wood? And also, honestly, also looking, I'm not seeing a whole lot of wood either. I got my little area up here. So that's the big thing, is the construction material limitation on this is horrendously bad. And then adding on to this for extra insult to injury, I am on this little island, and we have the problem where things are spawning off of the island, hitting me from afar, which we already, we called that out that was going to happen beforehand. But I wanted to be on this type of map, which is known as an archipelago. And so I've got a smoke spewer that will be there until I research drop pods. And to make that worse, you go, okay, so you beeline to drop pods. It's not the big deal. I don't understand. I also have a mod that you'll notice I don't have a research button here. There's just an empty spot right there. We are running the no research random research mods, and what that means is I basically have said, hey, Randy, how would you like the keys to my research department? Try to be nice. All right, so we've got you popping over here. You are a nimble person who won't firefighter, and you're a doctor who's a pigskin. So the pigskin part will make their medical not as good. But was this the actual event? No, that's not the event where... So the problem is I have no food right now. So I'm actually going to let that one go, which is a shame because it is a nimble pawn. And that would be good for us. But I already have a nimble melee pawn. I'm going to just do without for the moment because I can't feed them. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, my luck. I mean, at this point we've got most of it, but we had these 3 pretty early on. We also, don't worry, chat, we do have our water mill. I can't use it here. Charity refused. Oh yeah, aren't you a guilty? Was it you were a guilty ideology? Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about that. I just want to make sure the other people here, because we've got some refugees staying with us, and they showed up. They're high life cannibals who are supremacists, so they are very, very pissy. And it is pretty annoying to deal with them. Case in point. Case in point, we just had a social fight. Yeah, so we're getting through this. But, so this run's taking a little while to get things back recovered. We are going to be dealing with a lot of mood breaks because my break room, it used to be down here. You can see the hollow spot where it once was. An enemy broke into it, lit it on fire, and trapped themselves inside the room, and that was when everyone else was down. It looked like it was going to be a wipe. but they happen to kill themselves in their own fire. Oh, you are getting hypothermia. Look. I don't really have what I need to help you. Well, actually, we can help you. This is... Wait, can I help you? I can help you. Conrite, build the heater. Leave those doors open. Roots, for right now, I'm gonna need you to carry them and get them over here. Where are you at? Okay, so you're still... Don't put him back. For right now, I want you to leave them right here. Until they start not having a serious of hypothermia. And I've got people starving. We should have food coming up pretty soon. It's growing really slow. And I don't have much of the way of wildlife to hunt, unfortunately. We've been on this roller coaster ride ever since that mech cluster, where because it was like the father of and the husband of a couple colonists was the one who died, and then just the series of unfortunate events afterwards. It's been a tough one. I'm really hoping you get better soon. Like, get over your paralytic aphasia so I can get that done. How much longer do we have till you all get out of here? Because this feels like the... Would you stop social fighting? I can't wait till these people go. 3 days. Gave up Luxray because serious pain. We're not doing that, Lux. That's gonna be a big old no Perino, my friend. There, I just wanted to get 1 or 2 hits in. Conrite knocked them down without killing them. Nicely done. Now, because they have abandoned our colony, I believe I need to re-recruit them? I'm trying to remember. Oh man, it's been so long since I've had someone do a give up. Because I believe if I release them... No, actually, I think I can just release them. You got your GPU in the post today? Did you die? No, you were like, I'm out. I don't want to be here anymore. So we beat you up a little bit and sent you back to your room. We'll try releasing them, and if that doesn't work, we'll just grab them and we'll shove them back in there. Granted, we're all about to starve. You have to recruit him again? Yeah, I thought so too. When it's a situation where they attempted to quit. It's like I said, it's one of those things I don't run into very often, so it's not normally a big concern.
Thank you, Moriarty, for subscribing for 31 months.
Thank you, Moriarty, for the tier 1 sub. That's 31 months you've been subbed to channel, so thank you so much for keeping that support up this whole time. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support me that long. So thank you again. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So we're just preventing Dragon from dying from hypothermia. That's fine. You just lay on the floor in there for a hot minute. See, now it looks like the lovely colony that isn't allergic to fire at all. The great place to spend your 31st anniversary. Yeah. Honestly, all things considered, considering we've been dealing with imps and all that, the only room that actually caught fire as a problem was like when literally everyone was down and we had an enemy running circles inside, burning up one of our buildings, and basically the colony was knocked out. Which, if you have no one protecting you against the fire whatsoever, it's gonna burn. But yeah, no, the whole place is wood. That's just the way it's gonna be. We'd have like until we get moisture pumps, the colony's gonna be wood. Alright, can't wait till these refugees get out of here. Oh man, you know what? There's our problem. Luxray was our farmer. Oh, I've got refugees who can do that. Yeah, so we gotta work on recruiting them. I'm waiting for these four to betray us, and just from all of the sheer negatives we've been going through, that we'll just die because like 3 people are break. Tantra because of intense pain? Why are you intense pain? Food poisoning, that's fair. Did Luxray try to leave? Yes. Luxray was like, I'm having a bad time. I'm out. You can find your own person to take care of this place. Alright, so we got a couple more meals made. That'll buy us a little bit more time. Yeah, we got just over 1 more day till the nomads leave. And then the issue there is once the nomads leave, I'm going to need Groot's Twig to temporarily step in and deal with the crops to keep people fed until Luxray is re-recruited. The big thing is this lack of the break room here. Research known royal apparel. Until that break room gets fixed, it's gonna be really hard to keep our people happy because we're missing. Oh, screw you, game. Cold snapped us just to finish off our crops, and it's gonna be timed just right that I'm gonna lose my helping hands to help with that. So there's gonna be a whole thing. I gotta try and rush harvesting as fast as we can before the cold snap kills everything. And an added problem is that's gonna be really hard to keep you alive. So what we're gonna have to do here is go to furniture, sleeping spot. That is now dragon sleeping spots so they don't die of hypothermia as easily. You go rescue them. Forced descent. We'll take the standings. I'm gonna actually just leave them to try and sort themselves out and not even get involved. I say knowing there's a pretty good chance I will actually end up getting involved, but we'll see. You're getting real close, so you're down to 8 days. Now let's get in position and ready to assist. And I'll make the call when they get here. Because a good chance I could drop food. Alright, so got attacks from person with shotgun, person with pistol. Which means almost certainly the Empire people will just run to them and get themselves attacked. But they'll probably win without my help. So you have hypothermia. Go stand in that room. That's going terribly. How good of a shot are you that you've already pegged that many shots? Okay, that's fine. That's a kidney hit. That's great. The good news is we got food. And a little bit of steel and a little bit of components. You're not recovering from your hypothermia because it's still freezing inside this room. Cool, so we got the standings and all that bonus, which is great because we stole a bunch of we stole our armor here on Sentient Cookie from the Empire. Just angering them beyond all belief. Why are you not getting medical attention? Go to bed. Why are you not seeking medical attention? Okay, first, take that as the lower priority. That's what's wrong with you. Medical emergency on Jank. Carry you into the room. And you're still bleeding. Please, for the love of God, stop. Carry you. Low psychic drone. Hey, you're still not healed from that. Insulting spree and Groot's twig, which is great because they're still bleeding. So we'll try to forcefully tend to you while you're running around insulting people. When did Cookie get good gear? So we had a... I can't even remember. It was basically we had some Empire show up on the tile, and one of them went down with their equipment. Refugees leaving. Thank you. Get the off my tile. Medical emergency on Groot's twig because they were bleeding out of their kidney. Okay, you should be able to leave soon. That cold snap hurt us bad. It wiped out our crops, so we didn't get to get most of it up because we're still not in a great place. Can I not carry you? So the big problem here is if this doesn't change, Luxray is going to die in that room from frostbite because it's not letting me carry the prisoner. And I could do a whole bunch of shuffling, like switch this over to bed and all that, and maybe that helps. Alright, we can get that. That's food. I need you to pick up the prisoner. There, you're going to let me do it now. Okay. I don't know why before it wasn't letting me do it. It's probably because Luxray is considered downed now, would be my guess. So while they weren't downed, it wouldn't allow me to pick them up. So let them recover from the hypothermia for a minute. Okay. Put them back in bed. Alright, so we did manage to have them all successfully get off the tile, so that's good news. The refugees are out of here. Cool. We need a warden. Fair enough. I'm not gonna be picky about who does it. Right, Luxray went against us. Like, why do we have 4? It's like, right, Luxray. I need this cold snap to go away. Because we are in pretty bad shape. Alright, so you're still at 6.A. We're not getting almost anything done now. Please hold that decent weapon back. That give up hurt us bad because that's our farmer we don't have access to right now. Looks like the cold snap cleared, so that's some good news. I'm gonna keep dragging in here because even without the cold snap, they were struggling in regards to the cold as is. Sorry, I'm just adjusting the AC real fast. All right. I completely missed what you were building. You got something. Oh, you're building the chairs. That's fine. So hopefully they get that enclosed soon, so at least we get a room that's like not a negative penalty on us. Two, you can't do it. You're also 2. So there's really not a reason for me to hold off just switching who has this. I've been hoping for someone with higher social. That's one thing that I need to remember to do. It's one of those things you don't think about very much as like how high social, like how important that is. And I've been bit by that so many times where I have no one with any social skills, so recruiting prisoners takes forever, converting people takes forever. You end up having lots more social fights and all that, versus when people have at least okay social, they're far less prone to social fights. Okay, so you probably have two more converts to go, because even though that is exactly half, you'd be like, it's one more. They're going to recover a couple of percent before the next time we can do it. 0.3 at a time is going to be slow. Oh, that also sucks because Luxray was the one keeping the dryads, which is her primary source of wood. So we're gonna stop getting more wood for a while until the recruiting can catch back up. All these minor events just are being like laser focused at just the way to actually make them bad, whereas normally they're minor events. You'd be like, oh, you know, whatever, we just arrest a person, they'll be back. Oh, RimWorld, you troll sometimes. All right. So we've got Groot's currently working on the farming. Conrad's currently working on the construction. We give them both a low priority on the hunting. I'll probably have to send them to go out of their ways to hunt at some point. But that's just what it is. All right, we got a meteor of sandstone. Hey, that's more brick. Not gonna say no to that. Because we've already cut a pretty close... Yeah, I think we've already cut... Oh, it's not quite all the stone on the map. I got a little bit more stone, but we've cut almost all the stone on the map. And we're not going to get a meaningful amount of stone to add on to that till we get to deep drilling. All right, 0.6 is or 0.5 is a bit better. Okay, they are making decent progress in getting this room done. Yeah, we're not rescuing anyone. We're trying to not die right now. Especially a pawn that I can't get information on. Game? There you go. This is really hanging for a minute. Yeah, so one dryad has already disappeared, so our wood supply has gotten cut down again. The good news is when Dragon gets up, which it could be the 5 days. Usually it's somewhere near the end of it. It can give up like way earlier, but that's fine. Oh, what ideology you have? Collectivist, that's fine. At least collectivists won't throw a fit. Yeah, because they are actually skilled as a farmer. So when they get back up, we could take Root's Twig off of that responsibility, and that should help recover some of those things. And then the plan was to give Dragon the other tree here to get them to take care of it, since being a farmer, they'll do it faster. All right, so they're going to prepare for a while. All right, so they're actually rolling in with firepower, so it is 3 on 3. And we're just going to go with the strategy we've been doing, which is just give ourselves cover versus their lack of cover. Oh man, the problem is it's 3 on 3. We do have the better firepower and all that, but they are a little bit tanky as pigmen. But I also just realized the 3 on 3 we're dealing with mostly short range stuff. So what I'm going to try to do is, instead of what I said of going over there where you go open to open or whatever, I do think I'm going to go with trying to draw them in here. They didn't have grenades or anything, you need to worry about that nature. So I'm hoping they'll come into the supply room. We can pepper them up close and just have Senju Cookie jump on whoever comes to the door. You're not supposed to go around, that's cheating. Alright, first one down. Okay, spread out enough. Get on him. I'm just waiting for the one-tap headshot from a revolver. I'm just waiting for it. Just get unlucky, just be like, Pat. Brained. Through their flak arm, or through the cataphract armor. I mean, honestly, they actually took a pretty bad head hit. Not from being shot either, just from being, like, pistol whipped. Alright, at least it wasn't a bad raid. Like, at first, like, we'll do open to open, then I looked at our weapons and just like, oh yeah, I forgot. We have a masterwork bolt action, which one of our other colonists was using. We had a, like, shooting 12 or 14 or something like that colonist who had the masterwork bolt action and careful shooter. and they were just getting work done with it. Unfortunately, they were one of the ones who died in the fight against the strange person who came through. If you get up, that'd be great. Because we're not planting nearly enough. Get this body out of here, get that body out of here before everyone starts having mood breaks. The only downside with this is once that wears out, it's done. And how are you going? 6.6. Keep working at it. Yep, and you're upset mostly from rotting corpses and a complete and utter lack of having a room up there. I remember the good times. We were starting to build our giant freezer to get ready for having obnoxious numbers of guests, and just everything went bad from there. But basically all I can do till Luxray's back into the fold is let the simulation run. There's not a new project for me to start. I gotta wait on wood from the dryads to build anything. We've already got people queued up to grow stuff. They're just inadequate. With the lack of having the break room built, we're not getting the bonus from a break room. We're not getting from a dining room. We're not getting the bonus from having a rec room. So those are two very important bonuses that we're not getting to take advantage of. It'd also be like a spacious room or whatever. That's a third bonus. And so we're riding with, somewhere in the ballpark of like 10 to 18 mood points that we don't have access to, while everyone's in pretty subpar living. And then food is dicey. Okay, you ready to try again? Alright, the next person who talks to Sentient Cookie about their ideology should convert them. And that'll be Sentient Cookie on the fold, so it'll make it a little bit easier to not have Sentient Cookie having mood breaks. Dragon here should be getting pretty close to only 2 days left, so it looks like it's gonna probably make us ride out the entire length of time of that paralytic abasia, which is fine. It happens. But, just be waiting that. Hey, could you actually... Oh, where'd the gun? Oh, you must have just picked up the gun right now. Why, of all of the things are you worrying about sowing? Why are you prioritizing planting the trees when food is low? That's not a very big win for us. I need the wood, but starvation's the bigger concern at the moment. Could you plant actual food and not plant dyes and trees and all that? I don't have to micro all of my zones and be like, oh, if it's not edible, disable sowing. Okay, turn it back on. Every time something happens. Alright. Rebuffed by Groot's Twig. Rebuffed by Sentient Cookie. Failed to convert Sentient Cookie. Had to rebuff Sentient Cookie. So all three of them all have hit on each other and struck out. Because Conrad is pretty. And that means every colonist, the moment you have a pretty or beautiful colonist, means every colonist becomes suddenly incredibly thirsty and cannot leave them alone. Just straight up cannot leave them alone. I feel like if this colony ends up dying, I probably want to do something big with Anomaly again. I really enjoyed the Anomaly stuff. And I really like that. I want to genuinely get a colony where I just keep putting one Revenant after another in the freezer, just see how many we can get up to. The problem is there's no way to like deterministically get them to go in, that trying to collect the Revenants, you'll die to all sorts of other not Revenant things. But I really do enjoy the Anomaly a lot. We'll probably do, like, for our next colony, something that isn't this kind of a slow build where we're just waiting on resources. Did you lose your other Dryad yet? Not yet, but you're gonna lose the other Dryad very soon. And then very soon the wood will stop. We're getting close to closing that thing off. And then the other thing is not having this situation where I've got stuff screwing me over that I'm not allowed to do anything about because I don't have the technology to accomplish that. I have to get the transport pods. Once we get transport pods, we can make a move. And that's also assuming I can get the steel and stuff to make it happen, which is a big if. Please don't make me waste components. I have so few of those, nor do I have a means of getting more. Cool. Got an Aurora. So you're down to 4.3. So we've almost got Luxray flipped over. We're getting down to the point of just 2 days left on Dragon Repair. So we should be real close to get Dragon Repairman on the team. So that'll be good. We'll hopefully get 2 of our colonists, like 1 back and 1 addition, and be back to the starting number of colonists. I'm trying to think for another Anomaly run what I want to do. We tried to do the permanent lethal darkness, but that mod just doesn't work. We tried troubleshooting it for a good hour or so and just couldn't get to work. I keep meaning off stream to work on that to see if I can't figure it out. Where the idea is I have to keep light around, otherwise people die. The thing that's going to be actually the hardest part of that isn't going to be keeping the light on initially. It'll be get that very first footing and food. Because it means I will never be able to grow stuff. It'll basically have to treat it almost like hydroponics, where I'll have to have the sun lamp on just the regular dirt just to have food. So I don't think that'll be compatible with the no research random research. Because I'll need to get the power grid up as fast as I possibly can to have something sustainable. And that will depend primarily on the electric lights, but just as a backup, I'll keep torches in the core area of the base. Just so I can, fall back on the torches should whatever happen, like our geothermal go up. Alright, converted. Sentient Cookie, welcome to being the same ideology as literally everyone else. And immediately, we've had a fight because people are starving. As you do. So let's go ahead in here, and for right now, Conrad, go run around and kill things with a gun. I need you to bring back food. Alright, we got a Neanderthal raid. Luckily, it's a ranged Neanderthal raid. The downside is we're on the edge of starvation right now. And being on the edge of starvation going into a raid means we're going to probably be dealing with some penalties on our ability to fight. And I'm not really going to have the time to fix the problem. Alright, here they come. More than likely, they're gonna have significantly more range than me. I should get that Masterwork bolt action and put that to work. Yeah, this is not gonna go the way I want. Alright, so drop back over here. Yeah, so we've got them to quit there. They've got the more range. I need to switch back to that bolt action a while ago. So we're going to do the same thing we did with the last group. We're going to draw them into the building. Force them into a close range fight. Actually, let's... You got anything good on you? No, you can go. That's fine. You took a hit to the arm. A hit to the neck, that's never good. It needs to be the other way around. Alright, focus on getting that sorted out, because that neck hit's gonna bleed real bad real fast. And everyone's starving. Who are you? Hey, now, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Normally I have it assigned so no corpses. Especially we're not eating any people. I will take my chances starving, friends. Because the moment you start turning to cannibalism as not cannibals, you're basically writing off your colony. Like, you have to do what you have to do in the run. But I won't... What are you doing? Oh, you're hauling it back. Okay, if you can hunt, I need you hunting. Alright, Dragon Repairman is up, so that's good news. I need you to grab the Masterwork Bolt Action Rifle, and I need you to hunt stuff now. That's not hunting stuff. That's fine, we'll just die in the meantime. You enjoy your board game. It's a Masterwork Bolt Action. I can't do much to help you, Dragon. That's about the best gun you're gonna get for accuracy. Alright, cool. So we can have you immediately butcher that and give it to anyone who will take it. I know. Let's make sure we unassign the rats and the squirrels. Go for the boars first. No, don't run off the map. No, please. Okay. For a moment, I thought they were just going to dash off the map and go away. Nope, you're not resting. Keep hunting. Until you bring food home, there'll be no sleep. We're not taking more nomads right now. That's fine, you're in a daze. Start hunting. I need you to actually catch one of these things. Contract colonists. So I could technically send a colonist away for a little while. To hopefully give us a little time. Please stop canceling your hunts. Like, I'm trying to work with you here, and you keep canceling your hunts, and I need you to actually finish the job. I've queued you up, I said go hunt. That means no stopping until you either catch something or you have a mood break. Or you collapse of exhaustion. Mad wild boar, good. The boar has forced the issue. I can at least get behind that. It's good enough. That's food. Go butcher it right now. Yeah, we're just having such a time with, like, our food hasn't had a chance to recover. Oh my god, please. Just stop. Look, you know what? If you live, you live. You die, you die. I'm over it. Go down. Just go down. I'm done playing nice with you. There. You got shot in the torso with a masterwork chain shotgun. It's just been the endless treadmill of all these mood breaks. And I get it, like, they're starving. And the only reason they're starving is because we're on the endless treadmill of mood breaks. Let's get that put away real quick. Medical emergency on multiple people because of starvation. Or is it because you took shotgun? No, it's... You're gonna actually die because that starvation is gonna get you before any of this is gonna matter. And Lux are gonna die because of starvation as well. Feed them. Feed them. Worry about the next thing when you're not in trouble. Okay, so you'll at least live for now. I'm not sure Luxray is gonna make it. It's gonna be real close. Ah, we're just low on food. You were... Oh my god, please. Put you back in bed and feed him. He's gonna starve to death because you put the food on the floor. But yeah, no, it's because you were the farmer and you're the one who quit the place. And then we got followed up with that with a cold snap that wiped out the rest of our food. And so now we're on the train of just trying to not starve to death. So that's... It's just one of those things of, like, the classic downward spiral where one break leads to another break, leads to another break, leads to another break, and the whole time your food starts falling behind. And, like, we don't have dryads anymore, so we're not getting any more wood. And this is the thing that's really killing us here, that's got us unable to recover, is we don't have a break room, we don't have a rec room, we don't have a dining room. The one we had burned down, and we've been trying to recover it ever since.
What's the worst that could happen?
And so as such, instead, we don't have all those mood bonuses. So anytime something goes wrong, there's no positives to counter the negatives. And I could have definitely min-maxed this and done this a lot better and all that. And we definitely failed on that, right? You dropped your gun. I don't remember where. Prison break on Luxray. Just kill them. Okay. I'm pretty over the mood breaks. Randy's being a punk. If RNG gets people killed, that's fine. I don't genuinely care anymore. I'm ready for them to die. It's just been 2 streams, including this one, of just meltdown after meltdown after meltdown and just being stuck in the spiral. And I don't have drugs to like take them to give them that little perkin mood. I can't even get food in the ground because everyone is forever hospitalized because no one can stop from being a mood break. Normally, like, I made the comment, the only time I've had a colony that's been this unstable for meltdowns before, oh my god, please. There's no food for anyone, just... Why are you not feeding your friends? Why does that person still need tending? But the only one I've had this bad was we did an Adam and Eve colony where we had 2 colonists and they had a family, and we got up to like 23 or something colonists. I remember they had, at the end, it was something like 27 or 28 kids. And it was around the time we hit like 23 or so colonists that we had our first like our first subnatural death. And it was only like 1 or 2 colonists, but because everyone was related to everyone, like every single colonist had like 2 stacks of like -15 because their sister died or their daughter died or whatever. And then, you know, the extra 5 because a colonist died, and, you know, an extra whatever because their friend died. And so the entire colony was running around with like -30 for like 30 days or some nonsense. And just fighting our absolute hardest to just ride that roller coaster out, trying to keep 23 people from all killing each other. Where you could go up to one and console them, and even at land, it's like, alright, well, I only got 22 other people I need to convince to not be upset now. And it was rough. And that ultimately is what killed us. It's just like that slow treadmill of just barely keeping everything together and then fighting the next tough raid and losing one person and that just adding to the effect, and then barely keeping everyone together and having your next raid and losing 2 more people and just chipping away at them. I think, you know what, I said I couldn't remember how we died in that colony in the end. It was an impid raid. That's what ultimately killed that colony, was an impid raid. I think we were down to like 8 or 9 people and just trying to hold it. And it's just one of those times that one of the imps got like a good line of sight on us, got right next to us and just breathed fire across almost all the people, and half of them ran into the imps, and just at that point there was fire everywhere and there was nothing to be done at that phase. You know what I don't remember is where you dropped your gun. There it is. All right. Did you set a word to try and recruit you? Yes. We've had that for a while. It's just all of our people have like no social to speak of. So we're getting very little progress on that. And then plus with the mood breaks constantly happening, we constantly don't have a warden available, or you're having a mood break, so it won't let me recruit you. So it's just dragging it out. That's why mood breaks are so dangerous in the game. It's one of the reasons why I tend to not take people who are gourmand or tortured artists, because they can be completely peachy and just randomly have a mood break just because. I think Volatile can as well. There was another one that can do it. There's a handful of them that even if you have like plus 50, you know, you look at their bar and it's maxed out, they'll just be like, mood break because gourmand. You'd be like, all right, it's time to binge food. So I really dislike gourmand. I really dislike tortured art, which we have 2 tortured artists we've had in this colony. And even when things weren't bad. Pyromaniac 2? Does the Pyromaniac random... Yeah, I guess they do have a random fire break. I thought that was only if they're angry, like, they have a high tendency to go for the fire. But no, I think you're right that I want to say they do literally just randomly. And chemical interest? Yeah, so I genuinely don't like the ones where they can be happy as can be and just have a break anyway. Because... Oh, that's because they have mood breaks from addictions? Well, the addiction is a different situation. Because chemical interest and chemical fascination can lead you to get addictions, especially chemical fascination. Chemical interest, you can usually do a lot to juggle it. Man, you are hitting those raids today, friend. They're not bad raids so far, but you are just going for it. All right, so they're all short range. We're in a better situation for fighting them at longer range now. Man, we've had 3 pretty similar raids. That's just Randy being Randy. Randy the first stream was just total snooze fest. Like didn't do nothing, but was pretty relaxed. Not a whole lot going on there. Why are you continuing to attack by fire while I'm continuing to shoot you in the arm? Why are you so committed to breaking my stuff? I'm actively shooting you. And not like actively shooting you and missing my shots. I am successfully actively shooting you. Well, that's not what I want. Get in there. Yeah, this whole base design's been bad news as well. Go rescue them. You haul that gun out of here. Let's look at the other injuries. You're fine. You're fine. You took a shot to the head. So we got 2 people pretty badly injured. But yeah, no, that's part of the challenge with this one. There was no really great way to build the base. Realistically, I could have gone up here, built a very small micro base, made it really well set up. Are you the one hitting the head? Okay, thankfully not. I was just thinking, like, please don't let my other doctor be the one who's hitting the head. Also, please go to sleep. Oh, hey, don't sleep there anymore. Go to an actual room. That's just so you didn't die of hypothermia. Okay, you're already on it. Sad wander on my doctor. Alright, so we will have the not doctor do a quick tend here real fast. Okay. Probably gonna get infection from that, but that's what it is. Oh, good. Food poisoning. Oh, good. Food poisoning. We're definitely not taking the refugees. I have no food. Go grab your shotgun again, and they can worry about whatever you gotta deal with. You need a doctor. What injury did... Oh, you just got bruises. I'm not as worried about that, honestly. Who is down and why? Right, food poisoning. And also food poisoning. But this is one of the, like, the 2 ways your colony goes is either 1, you get into like a big fight with mechs and they break your line and they just steamroll you and you just watch your colony, you know, get destroyed by the raid. Or it's just the just keep just getting chipped away and trying to recover. And these corpses being here aren't helping anything, but I need my people to not be injured long enough to deal with it. In fact, go do that now. And the problem is we're getting no more food because everyone is just on the treadmill of breaks, and then the occasional you know, raid popping in here. And so even though we're throwing really weak raids at me, because everyone is on the edge of killing each other, it's gonna take, like, it's not gonna take much in the way of a raid to wipe us out. You're so close to being recruited, too. Because we got Dragon here, who's my new farmer. They haven't had a chance to do any farming. Sadistic rage. They're gonna beat up the prisoners. Have a good time, Cookie. Okay, you're back up. So grab your gun again before the next raid. Alright, so let's take you off hunting. So we can get the farming going, because we're basically fresh out of animals worth hunting. This honestly might be getting pretty close to the end for this colony if I cannot get a break in these mood breaks. Rat has chosen to be food. I appreciate your contributions to the colony. I haven't had a colony struggle where, like, genuinely we're on the fence of just not being able to handle the starvation in a long time as well. We've definitely had some runs where I had to do a little bit juggling, because you have, like, your first grow season, you get cold snapped, and you ride it out to the next season, and then you get cold snapped, and then you ride it out to the next season, and you get cold snapped, and then things start getting pretty dicey because it's a long time to try and keep that together. And again, no research, random research. So the most people's like, oh, we should just get hydroponics your first year. We can't do that. Like, not consistently. Technically, we could get lucky, and Randy could be like, no, you're getting hydroponics. We're going straight for it, and the power to sustain it. It's never happened to me, but technically it's on the table as a possibility. But this one, I do actually have hydroponics, but that's not my problem this run. My problem hasn't been cold snaps other than this last one. My problem has been everyone being upset. Oh yeah, no, we definitely, like, that one, I don't think the starvation killed us, but we did have to fight a lot with the starvation. We had the tile that was full pollution, and I just didn't get any non-pollution tiles to grow on. And so I had to, like, carve little spots out of it and try and make it work. We actually, I want to say we lasted a pretty good while on that, and we got that one off the ground, but there was definitely at the beginning, because tox potatoes really, really suck. They're really not great. And then just, like, chipping away to get any little bit of food we could make happen. You're surprised that you chose to continue? Usually I won't bail on a colony until it's, like, dead. Unless, like, either one, we did bail on the melee one, not because it was hard, it's because nothing was happening. The way I had set it up, the research was so slow, it took me like 2.5 streams or something like that to get like 5 technologies, because we had to wait till someone had reached level 9 in intellectual before they got over the minimum 10% speed research. For context, our first character on this as a tribal was at 198% at like level 4 or something research. So that colony, I would have 4 research benches going solid and still not doing 1/4 the research speed is just a regular tribal on a start run. And so we ultimately just like, all right, we're out on this one because it just felt like it was going to be like 2 weeks into that run and then get like my first mech cluster and fall over dead. And, you know, put all that time in to just have an underwhelming finish. Because I wouldn't have EMP, I wouldn't have smoke grenades, I wouldn't have any of the tech. Alright, so if you're repairing stuff, don't do that for right now. Get the bodies out of here. To get our mood penalty off of our plate. Cool. So I've got the corpses out of the way. You're only lowering the resistances by 0.1 now because I'm just being trolled. We should be like 2-3 talks to Luxray away from recruiting them. But it's just taking its sweet time. So we've got the rice replanted, we've got the potatoes replanted, we're getting the berries replanted, we've got some corn in the ground. So we do have everything. I could have probably sent someone, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So we're getting all our crops back online, so that'll help a little bit. Luxray is in a daze, so recruitment is going to take a pause on them. Hey, Moom, how's it going? Why? Just go down there and finish it. I'm getting real tired of our people, you know, starting to hunt stuff. There. Was that so hard? Let's see, you're surprised how long it's been since you had a colony that didn't wipe, but that being said, there's always going to be upgraded hill challenge. So when you're saying a colony that didn't wipe, you're talking about that ultimately it wasn't some major fight that ultimately took us out, like, you know, a mech cluster or Neanderthal raid rolling in or whatever. It's been a long time since I've gotten I've had a colony that wasn't just, you know, like that I got logistics and that kind of problem being the thing that's the downfall versus like straight up just dealing with a very difficult combat situation. Because, I mean, we got a bunch of anomaly victories. We had, what was it, three anomaly victories we put under our belt already. And we had done the ship to the stars around that time. We did a regular old ship launch not too far ago. We did an Arco Nexus not too long ago. Actually, I can't remember. No, we finished that Arco Nexus. Yeah, we have a lot of wins on the channel. But, you know, then I'll have a spell where I do a couple challenges that don't work out. Like, we end up having a lot of losses as well, but that's partly because I also... You'll see I don't min-max at all. I don't do any of, like, the meta strats or anything like that. I shouldn't say I don't do any of them. I don't like to, like, do, like, cheese strats. Like, I don't do, like, you know, where you make the little box, you make, like, the maze in it, and you just have someone throw, like, Molotovs in it till it's super heated, so anything running through it just falls over dead. I don't do, like, I don't go out of my way to do extreme wealth management where I'm, like, damaging my guns to half health so their value goes down, or, you know, doing regular thing of collecting all my goods and then burning everything I don't really want to keep on hand. Like, I don't go out of my way to explode my wealth or anything. Like, I try and be mindful of that, but I don't make it a concerted effort to eliminate any and all wealth at all possible times. Usually about the most wealth management I do is when we have a trade caravan coming through and I'm starting to collect a bunch of junk, I will go and just, like, be like, hey, take everything. You're out of money? That's fine. I'm going to gift you the rest of it. Just get it out of here. But that's almost as much about getting clutter out of there as it is about wealth. But yeah, and I don't do like the trap mazes where you do like the line of traps on one side and the barricades on the other. So you really watch the runs that don't include stuff like that? Speaking for your fellows, you're kind of over the challenge run yourself. Theme stuff is much more fun. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at. So I've got a lot of time in the game. And for the record, I don't have any like negative to say about anyone who does challenge runs that are, you know, 500% naked brutality, ice sheet, no pause or anything like that. I'm very impressed by a lot of the like capabilities of players. I used to do, I don't remember, like I used to do like the really hard ones where I would do like naked brutality, ice sheet, and all that kind of stuff, do like the harder difficulties. But it was one of those things that I kept finding my bases started to look a lot more, like, it felt like all my bases looked the same, that I would have like, sure, maybe one or two or three different strategies of some kind of kill box or defensive position or whatever. I would have certain strategies I would use to get myself a nice place to boost a lot of my stats so far as the friendship and or not friendship, the morale and everything. So like have the rec room that's also your barracks, that's also your this, that's also your that, so you like get all the bonuses in one quick easy room. Because you really had to do that really fast in those runs. You couldn't make like a fun, really big base for a long time just because you had to lose. You can be recruited again? Yep, that should happen next time we have a conversation. Let's see, yeah, the last few have failed. But you tend to make it hard. You would have been happy if we just did a normal hospitality run, not on islands. Yeah. Well, I mean, part of the problem is, generally speaking, people, and this is a generalization that won't apply to everyone. Generally speaking, people tend to prefer to see actual challenge runs and that kind of thing. I've done runs where I'm like, hey, do we just want to see a victory? And I will tone down the difficulty for that. But, for the most part, people don't want to just see, like, you know, a regular old run kind of thing. Alright. So everyone's at malnourished and all that. We can't harvest any of this yet. There's no animals to really eat. We can kill the dryads, but I want to say dryads give us, like, next to no meat whatsoever. Yeah, meat amount 4. It's not even a snack. That's like a fourth of a chicken nugget. This Durgan says, you used to, but I've watched 2 years of challenge runs. More power to the people doing and enjoying them. You're here for the themes now. Yeah, exactly. So, like, with the challenge here, I don't have it turned up to a very high difficulty. We're only on Strive to Survive. And honestly, like, this run was going very smoothly until we just had one bad play in a fight, which we destroyed the mech cluster here. And I was going to weaken one of the turrets, back off, EMP it, weaken one of the turrets, EMP it, back off, because they had gotten adapted from killing the centipede between them and dropping EMPs on it. And so I had a plan of hitting it 2 or 3 times, getting it down to like half health or whatever, waiting to the EMP, like, till I could EMP stun it again, then stepping away, finish the job, it explodes, repeat the process with the other turret, and being good. And I tagged that thing like 2-3 times, and it just detonated right in my face and caught everyone. So I'm not sure if I just, because we had a chain shotgun, I'm not sure if the person who did the chain shotgun got their shots, landed everyone at like max damage and just killed it instantly or something. But that did do us in. So you've got a hair. Yeah, okay, so we've got a couple of these that are enough along that we could get a little bit more food. We're gonna be on this little bit of a rotation now where I'll get a tiny bit of food, we'll eat it up, and I'll get a tiny bit of food, and we'll eat it up until I can manage to sneak in one of these patches mostly growing the whole way. Because when I harvest these early, I'm getting way less mileage out of my food. Alright, meanwhile, let's fix some of these priorities. You do not need to be doing the farming anymore. You can go back to being the one keeping things clean and all that. We will also have you do the hunting. Groot's Twig is going to go back to their stuff. Yeah, so Dragon's going to deal with our food. Groots will go back to doing our crafting and our research. Luxray will go back to being the one hauling and cleaning. Conrad is our construction person. And then Sentient Cookie is our cook, mostly because they really don't do anything else around here, so I'm going to have them do the cooking. Because for how horrible they are at it, they are technically the best. Transport pod crash. Skinny. Oh, and I just realized you need to have that. Yeah, that's fine. Skinny. It is such a shame that they died on impact. Such a real shame. That's... They would be nice for a lot of things, but right now, I can't keep my people fed. I'm not taking a pacifist right now. It's a high mate pacifist, and my luck is they're going to immediately pair off with our pretty person. Actually, yep, they're probably going to immediately pair off with our pretty person, and then everyone is going to hit on the two of them, and everything is going to burn. Have you activated the anomaly stuff? No, it's here. I just haven't activated it. I was waiting till we had our electricity like properly secured and all that, and we got the power on, but it's dicey. Because until I have that, I'm not going to be able to make like the flare guns and all that, or the flare packs and all that. And that's going to be, like, that's one that a Revenant shows up, and it's going to be near impossible to deal with, since all of this area would be available for the Revenant playground, and I wouldn't be able to pin it down at all with what we've got. It's not that it couldn't be done. It certainly could. I've definitely demonstrated I could take down a Revenant with very less than ideal circumstances, but it would be a very rough go on it. Alright, meanwhile, begin connection, dragon, do it. So we can get the other Dryad started up and running. Okay. Cool, and it's all still set. So we just need to hold out long enough. We've got the whole field planted. This is way more than enough food for our 5 colonists. I just gotta manage to keep ourselves on this side of dying until we're there. And the reason I'm not gonna bother trying to make them berry dryads is by the time they'll get their first produce, this is going to be either all of us dead or having food by then. Like this problem will be sorted, good, bad, or otherwise, by that point. Now, it'd be really nice is if I get a bulk goods trade caravan to roll into town. I've got wealth. I got money I can buy a big amount of food. I just need a trade caravan to visit to make it happen. You're idle? Go punch that. Yeah, so you missed last stream. You didn't know if you started before the mech cluster. Yeah, no, I've been waiting on it. Before anyone gets excited about the minigun, it's bio-coded. All right. So we got some potatoes coming up here in a moment. Oh, have some food. Please have some food. Yeah, no, I literally said before anyone gets excited about the minigun, it's bio-coded. So we're letting it rot because it's useless to me. Honestly, almost any time you see a minigun on the ground, it's or anytime you see a minigun in my runs, most of the time, it's bio-code. Oh, what's your deal? Alright, so trade. Okay. Take the seed. Give me all of your pemmican. I thought I saw a book after the fact. Oh, it's that one. Yeah, that won't do anything until we unlock other stuff. Yeah, so I bought all the pemmican we could. So it'll give us a little bit more time. Medical emergency in Groot's Twig. They were actively trying to get the pemmican consumed. So please do me a favor and don't let that masterwork shotgun rot out there. I need to pick up that pace. Because they have the food. You're on your way to it. You just collapsed on the way. I just need to get there in time to feed them. They were at 80% malnutrition. Cool. And now I'm just waiting for it to be like, toxic fallout, volcanic winter. Get wrecked. Get absolutely riggedy wrecked. Toxic spewer off map. Malaria. Alright, change that back to for colonists. Yeah, I think that might be enough pemmican to carry us over, because we're gonna get the full harvest of like this handful of potatoes over here. By then we'll probably have this rice. By then we'll probably have some of these berries down here on the edge there. You get the idea. We'll start having a rotation until one of these main fields. The new mech thing in your body? Fibrous mechanoids? So fibrous mechanoids wouldn't be the really upsetting. Muscle parasites. This would be the perfect, like, if Randy wanted to just do us in the most slog of a miserable way, it would be hit 3 of our colonists with muscle parasites right now, targeting something like our farmers and our doctors, so that we couldn't get any good 10s on it, so we just had to endure it for a long time, and just not be able to get the food under her. Or the horror? The horror. Oh, you mean like the gray horror, whatever it is? I mean, I guess technically that's available. We do have Anomaly DLC turned on. We've actually had basically, I think we've had like 1 or 2 Anomaly events like attacks, and that's been about it. I couldn't do this if I wanted to, friend. Even if I wanted to, we're not going to be able to do any grand constructions. I'm still trying to get my break room built. It's getting close. It's almost there. Because if we can get that break room good, that should massively cut back on the mood debuffs. Because if we get here where I get like 2 or 3 things of like nice rec room and all that. You're broke again? Oh yeah, no, it's just gonna be an endless treadmill. Until we manage to get the food stabilized and this break room built, we're just gonna be going through a cycle of mood breaks. Like I don't have drugs to lean on to make them happy. I don't have like special foods to make them happy. We're just gonna be going through that rotation. Manhunter pack. Alright, that's actually a pretty scary amount of raccoons to be dealing with. And unfortunately, Luxray is not going to be part of this. Realistically, I'm probably going to need to do is put in some hits at the beginning part of it, see if I can't drop a couple of them. And then there's a very good chance I'm going to have to retreat into... Oh, I got the doors open on both sides, so we are going to get swarmed regardless. Try to just take out as many as you can before they get on top of us. As long as we keep the numbers down relatively well, we should be fine. Which is going pretty okay so far. Yeah, it should be fine. I was just worried we're going to miss 90% of our shots and then suddenly I was going to have 8 or 9 raccoons swarming Cookie. Hey. We got a food delivery of meat. It's a shame our cook is our melee pawn and is currently going to be injured, but you know. I'll probably let them get patched up real fast, and I'm going to just tell them to butcher anyways. Alright, start butchering the, what was it, 5 raccoons that made it through? Alright. Transport pod crash on Ben. Who is another... I'm not taking another tortured artist. The tortured artist has been miserable for us. For just mood break after mood break after mood break. Even when things were fine, they were having mood breaks the whole time. Alright, so we're getting... I think that's the last raccoon there. If there's the one that's still alive, that's just how it works. When you have, like, the really awful pawns, they usually end up being the ones that manage to just stay in it a little bit longer than everybody else. Okay, Eclipse, that's fine. Slow down my crops, it's cool. At least eclipses are short. You, the person, isn't awful. Tortured artist is a very... like I said, anything that you just RNG get mood breaks is aggravating. It's perfectly manageable. But it will be one of those things that you'll be in the middle of a fight and the person will be like, well... I'm throwing a fit because I'm hungry and I'm a gourmand. You're like, cool. Thanks, man. Ate raw food, that's fine, we're working on it. Caravan of the Tortured Artist, that's what you do? Well, I mean, if I wanted to get rid of him, I could just push Banished. But I do need, like, they're not that annoying of a character. Like, if we have someone who's, like, volatile meanderist or whatever, and it's just like, yeah, I'm just not even. Like, that's one where we just push the banish button and be like, you got the skills I need to survive? Not worth it. Not worth it. I'll get that little bit of food and you'll just be busy fist fighting everyone in the colony half the time. You know, a bad colonist is worse than a lack of colonist. So the good news, we're starting to cut down some trees. That might actually be enough wood just about to finish building our break room. And honestly, it would have made sense to, like, get art in there to make it a really nice break room. All right. Oh, a psychic soothe. Thank you. Psychic soothe male. I think we're pretty even split. Yeah, it's 3 and 2, which is as even you can get as 5. So whether it was male or female, like, the only difference would be one pawn, one way or the other. Alright, you can have the scraps of leather. I will have your mountain of potatoes. I would like all of them. Every single one of them. Yeah, and we'll also take the pemmican. The banished option is actually much worse than sacrificing said pawn in a raid. That banished pawn will clutter the spawn pool, offering rescue missions where you can get a decent option. Yeah, but that's one of the things you're going to end up finding is I will never bother to mess with that kind of stuff where you deal with the meta behind the game engine of going, okay, I'm going to choose my decisions to alter the probability of different events happening. That's fine, like no judgment for anyone who plays that way. But if I get to the point where I have to be like, okay, I'm not going to, like, I have a pawn that I want to get rid of, banish, but instead I'm going to deliberately murder them in some way, that way I can circumvent this mechanic that is supposed to occur from this. I don't want to do that. Yeah, no, and I can't tell you the last time I've got a rescue mission. The only time I've had a rescue mission is kidnap people, and even that is very rare that I end up getting that. But yeah, so I don't feel it's worth caring about that stuff. Again, if you're min-maxing, you're going for maximum difficulty, 500%, no pause, all these kind of things, then sure, you got to play that way. Well, don't you have big guns covering my field? So, one of the things working for me here is I could just pop that unstable power core and be done with this. I think that's far enough away, though, where if I kill the auto turret, we'll be just good. I should still have in here somewhere. Do I still have the EMP? We've had so many fights. I do. Go get the EMPs. Because we should be able to handle this one without nearly as much tragedy as the other one. Okay, get everyone down here. Let's not wait. Because we don't have a whole lot of time. We're not melting down at this exact moment. So plan straightforward. I've got this cover here. I'm going to try and move up from this angle. Drop the EMP on here. And just pepper whatever of these Militors don't get caught. Sentient Cookie is... Well, I mean, actually, that's probably fine that Sentient Cookie's not in here. About the only thing good Sentient Cookie could do for me right now is absorb hits. Which is kind of a good thing. How long have you been Psychotic Wandering? Are we looking... Let's wait. As soon as Sentient Cookie's out of the break, I want to come from this side. That way, if I totally botch the EMP grenade... You're still alive down there? Oh, it's probably like a Abasia. Okay, so grab everyone, get down here as fast as you can. So the goal is to try and drop the EMP on the turrets. That's the big important piece of this equation. That's the thing I care about the most. So Luxray, I need you to not absolutely flub this EMP. Alright, so we're going to put it right around... right there. For the rest of you, you're probably not going to be able to avoid getting shot at, so you're going to take point. If we miss and this charge cannon goes, I'm going to just try and run behind this and hope for the best. Alright, I need you to land this. Right here. You can have a little bit of leeway for missing. I just want to get most of those turrets in here. Are we true? No, we are not true. So if I back off... Right, just try and back off. Back off, back off, back off. Okay. So we managed to avoid getting shot there. Now the catch is, if I can manage to back straight away, go out and up, we'll be fine, and I can just wait for a raid to deal with it and just make this off limits. But I gotta be real careful, because if I mess up my walking angle, which they'll want to naturally... Just keep going. Just keep going. There we go. Big turd is still asleep? That is definitely not still asleep. I put myself behind cover where it couldn't hit me. That was the reason I went to that side. Alright, so zones. Expand allowed, danger. This area is all welcome. It sucks. It sucks because it covers half of my grow zone. And I do need to go a little bit wide of the area, otherwise your characters will do dumb things and they'll walk on the edge. Okay. So get out of here. And I'm just gonna hope one of these caravans that... Do the big turds destroy your crops? No. Where don't you go in that range? Okay, we're fine. Where did your gun go? I don't even remember. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so we flubbed the EMP. It dropped right there and didn't get the big gun in. If it would have stayed in range on that big gun, there's a really good chance that big gun could have one-tapped some of us. So my hope now is one of these caravans will just roll through and wipe it out. Normally the way you deal with this is smoke grenades. You just roll in on it with smoke grenades, take all the guns offline, and then pick out the militars, no problem. I don't have those. Or smoke grenade launcher, not smoke grenades. It is interesting. Yeah, no, it's definitely... I need you to go attack that gun. You're being shot at. Defend yourselves. Defend yourselves. You are really bad at all of this. Like, they're not even really defending themselves. They walk up and they're like, oh, water is really tough. And then they back up. They go, oh no, water's really tough. Well, they got the militars. Come on. Alright, so they did not successfully take it out. I was hoping they'd take this out because there's a good chance this would blast and take out those. So the militars are gone. Which does mean they don't have a mobile group. The problem is, I can walk in this way. I don't think I get an angle where I could step off the side and drop an EMP and step off the side and then drop an EMP to get onto that. And you can't outrange them. Even the sniper rifle can't quite reach them, which I don't have one for the record. I mean, it's definitely more manageable than what we had before. And I do want to try to save that power core. I think it's out of range of that turret exploding and these ones, but I'm also not confident on it. Yeah, so just thinking, if I ran up here with the EMPs... Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I have to step out of cover to drop the EMP on them. Which does mean... Alright, that problem might solve itself. We'll see where this caravan's going. Because if that turret goes, I can work with this a lot better. What are you doing? Oh, you know what you're doing? You're not assigned correctly. That's what you're doing. That's my bad. Steel meteorite. Heck yeah. Well, that's fine. I was hoping we'd get to keep the thing, but it was in the explosion range. It was always a risk, but that's fine. Alright, take a bunch of these random clubs and knives and all sorts of junk we got laying around here. Take all these bows. Honestly, take these revolvers and a bunch of these not as good stuff. Keep the good auto pistol. Get rid of the other ones. Keep the EMP grenades. You have an incinerator, which unfortunately I don't have the material to keep running it, so that's not going to do me any good. We got a bolt-action rifle. I think I'm actually going to take that. So where is that bolt-action? Go grab it. Schedule, unrestricted. At least you didn't wipe fighting the turret? Yeah, no, when we botched that EMP, I was worried it was going to be those things where I wasn't going to be able to retreat out, and I was going to have to just kind of hook the EMP around. Like, basically, wait till the militars get on us, take care of the militars, hook an EMP around to, like, hit those two turrets, have everyone come out the other way with just Cookie standing there to take bullets to the face, and aim at the one that wasn't EMP and just try and get the next EMP on him. It would have been messy. But with just one thing I can't shoot through for cover, it was all depending on if I could back off without catching them. I was just worried that once I got far enough back that the angle that I could walk away was going to be just too narrow. Or that you'd have the thing where your colonists like keep splitting out and coming back, whatever, because they just, you know, the path is technically more efficient in a different direction. And we've got a whole lot of people who got downed. They have guns and bullets and all that, which is all good news for us. They had a little bit of food as well. So our food problem should be sorted here in just a moment. We got a couple of meals laying down on the ground here. Some of them are actually pretty good. Our rice is right about to come up. Our potatoes are not far behind it. So we should be on the other side of the food problem. And I've only got, what, 5, 6, 7 more tiles to build, and then our break room is constructed. We will want to add more to the break room. It's going to probably only be like an okay-ish break room now. We're going to need it to be actually a decent break room. And I do apologize. I actually meant to take a quick break during the ad break, and then I just got distracted by turrets. So I'm not going to bother going to the away screen. I'm just going to step away for just a minute here to grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. Alright, so we're cleaning up all the bodies and all that. Oh, they left me a gift of uranium. Heck yeah. That is three tiles worth of uranium. Eventually, someday, I'll want to make a containment room for anomalies, assuming we survive that long. And uranium is my thing of choice. I have no idea where we're going to put that. I mean, over here would be about the best place I can put it. It's just so far away from the colony. I think for... Oh, I forgot this wreck happened earlier. I think for this colony, what I'll probably end up doing for the containment is we're just going to do with, like, really subpar containment to begin with. And we'll mostly keep the stuff that, like, you know, if it gets away, one of my colonists can go up and just, like, knock it down again and just not worry about it. But, that'll be a thing that's a little bit later yet. Only 4 tiles left. And that's enough to finish building, and that's the only thing wood I've got queued up. And then I'm going to unqueue, like, I'm going to requeue our freezer after that. And once we get the actual meals in here, we're going to open hospitality back up. Oh, the side table. I forgot that got destroyed. It's fine. There's still enough wood there to finish building those tiles. It's 4 tiles, it's 20 wood, 5 wood per tile, we're good. Alright. And then we'll start welcoming the guests over again, and we'll get things back and back online and back on track. So on the good news is, surprisingly, with everything that's gone wrong today, nobody has died yet. Which is honestly not, all things considered, is pretty good, because we were riding that going to starve to death fence for a good long while. Yeah, that's fine. They'll get to it when they get to it. I look forward to them actually mining that steel down there, because we had a steel meteorite just crash on there. And that'll give us a good 200, 300, 400 steel probably. That'll most likely get our research bench built, which would be really nice to have that in order. It'll be also good to have the drug lab back online so that we can start making our immunity drug again, because I got a bunch of stuff for that. We haven't been using that for a while, I don't think. Actually, have we? No. No, we ran out at some point, which is not surprising. We've written about the last half year just struggling. Oh my goodness, we have a dining room. So we'll no longer have 8 without table happening. This rec room and all that should start helping their mood and all that. Allow this. If we end up having extra steel, I might make an art table just so we can get masterwork art to put in this room to get more of a buff. For right now, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just start getting this sorted. We should start seeing people either saying something about, like... I'm looking for anyone who's got... Yeah, so awful bedroom we need to deal with. I was expecting them to have, like, the lowest positive tier for, like, dining room or whatever. They're all complaining about their bedroom, which is mostly just the bedrooms need to be swept. Which is Luxray's job. We're just playing catch up on the Dryad tree because Luxray was prisoner for a while. Alright, the drug lab is done, so make all the medicine you can. So good news there. We'll probably be able to get that research bench online once they mine the steel. Yeah, they'll be able to get that research bench online once they get the steel mined. Can I make the grenade launcher yet? No, I think I need the gun skills. I'm not making any of the flak or helmets yet, even though I would love to have them. Just because when it comes to the flak and all that, that is going to just eat up our steel very quickly. I'm also appreciating that it's going out of its way to not give us geothermal. I think we might actually be researching geothermal right now, because we've been sitting here a while, and so it's hard to tell if it's just because everyone's been dealing with mood breaks and all that kind of stuff that the geothermal's not getting done, or whatever we're researching, or if it's just because it's a big research project. Because the no research random research, it doesn't tell me what I'm researching. There is a workaround that there is a gap in what the mod does, that there is actually a place you can click on the UI that accidentally reveals it. It's not supposed to, but I've been trying to avoid it. Every once in a while, I'll happen to be like moving a table or whatever and click on it and see it and be like, oh, wait, never mind, now I know what it is. Which is fine. I'm not like, oh, figured out what a tech is in advance. I don't think it matters that much. It's just fun to have like the surprise of, oh, you're getting water wheel now. And you're just like, thanks, game. I appreciate. Alright, so take the light leather. Honestly, I don't think we need to get more food right now, and we're basically out of money at this point. So let's go ahead and give them the dye. They could use that to give us a little bit of money. And I think we hold it at there. Well, actually, that hair meat is probably about to rot any second. Yeah, because all of this, as you can see, we're harvesting the potatoes. That's better part of that field. We've got a big chunk of this field done. The rice is basically ready. It is ready. So we're gonna be good on food now. You know, barring another cold snap or a toxic fallout or something, we're good on food for the time being. And everyone's getting their medicine back online. So we shouldn't have to worry about malaria. Cool. That takes malaria and a bunch of those off the table of concerns, which is going to help a lot. Okay, so you got that part of the wall done. And this is going to be our freezer, so I'm working on getting that. It's going to need to be properly closed off. If I don't deal with it, it's going to just be a problem. Okay, so you've got all those materials. This is going to be costly, but it'll be something to be worked on over time. Oh, actually, I've got... Oh, wait, I can't... I don't think I can put it. Let's, What happens if I tried this? It shouldn't allow me. It does. Okay. I mean, with that... I'm surprised it lets me put the marble one on there. I would have assumed when I made it out of marble it would have required heavy, but it's just one of those things I don't normally have to worry about. Okay, meanwhile, the billiard table I can't put in there. That's fine. So I'll put that in there. That'll make the room a little bit nicer and help out with that. We're going to get a light in there once I get the power run, but I got to wait till the floor is put down first. Yeah, it's already 212 steel, and it's only halfway done. So that should be good. That's actually out of components. And you didn't grab the one from down here. So I am going to intervene and tell you to haul those components back before they rot. It looks like I'm going to be one component short of being able to build that. Well, actually, no, I'm not. Let's let you stay at that. Okay, so we will have the components, we will have the steel. They'll be able to build that as long as I don't waste it on other things. Get that research bench up. And Luxor is doing their best to catch up on sweeping in that has not been done for entirely too long. A meteorite of slate. Okay. So one thing I'm also going to do, because this is becoming an issue, I'm going to put a wall over on that side as well for when they run over here. And we're going to go ahead and queue up to remove the roof that we had previously set up to help with the toxic fallout. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can get rid of the columns, so I'm not providing that cover for the enemy, because they've used that against me entirely too many times. So I'll let them tear down those roofs first, and then once we get that, we'll sort it out from there. And you're on a mood break, so we can't have anyone convert. So much work. Yep. Yeah, this bridge will stop mattering. I'll probably end up having a route that goes over here to connect, and then this side is already going to have a way through. Quest failed, rescuing the person. That's fine. Meanwhile, guest bedroom, guest bedroom, guest bedroom. And I'll leave one spare bedroom for ourselves. I wonder why it didn't take the roof off that spot. Because I specifically need the roof removed so I can take down those columns without the people dying. Because right now, if they take those columns down, the ceiling falls on them, and they get hurt. But I want to take down those columns so that way, again, when the enemy's going to run to deal with us over here, they don't have these available to them. So they got to run where we get cover and they don't, which is the whole point of this setup. Is why I built it back here. It's like, okay, you got to walk through that water so I can give myself benefit. This isn't a really good setup, by the way, because if they have 20 people who have, you know, no cover versus me having 8 people with cover, just raw numbers, they get that many more dice rolls. There's a good chance they will ultimately kill me. Alright, over halfway to having Repairman converted. Hi. Thank you. I figured as much.
I love you.
I love you more. I can't say what I'm not. Love. Alright, we got visitors. I wish this was smart enough to be like, yo, we don't actually have enough room for you. So what's going to end up happening is some of you are going to have less fantastic accommodations. You should have thought about that before, like, you know, 8 of you showed up to try and use 3 beds. That's for you. That's for you. That's for you. Alright. Has nothing to eat. There's meals. You can also let them take the food for free. Yeah. I mean, and this is what happened last time, is we had a group like this. One of them got downed without dying because of just the way they were. Why don't you have anything to eat, though? Is it like you've got too high of a title? No. Oh, I get what it's saying. Yeah, you know what? That's fine. We actually, because we don't have refrigeration. Manage... Where was it at? Map settings. You can take my food, it's fine. It's gonna rot before it can eat it all, so just take it. Because I'll be able to get silver from you and all that, that'll be okay. And are any of these guests that were like, oh man, we want this person? No. Probably don't want a genie. Chemical fascination. I think that's the same genie. Portrait our slowpoke. Delicate kind undergrounder. Not really having some big winners here. Volatile annoying voice. Careful shooter pyromancer. Yeah. So none of these are particularly exciting pawns. There's some that got some good stuff, and there's some that's got some bad stuff. But I think I'd rather just, you know, we keep bringing them along and all that kind of stuff, and get everyone on thing. But what if one is ascetic? It feels like the sand in between his toes. I mean, that's fine. They can keep staying and paying for it. That's good business right there. That's what that is. Yeah, so I can get rid of those columns. This one I'm only worried about removing. Now this one should be fine. That one I'm probably gonna need to be careful about removing, because there's no walls to support stuff yet. We're getting it done though. And the food's getting made, all that sort of stuff. What I do want to do is get a room that they can buy stuff from. The only reason I'm not doing it now is I have the risk of them buying my EMP grenades and leaving, or buying my components or whatever. So I will make a room that'll be just like whatever junk we get. They'd be like, hey, you're allowed to go into the space and buy anything here. It's a mechanic they have. It just basically means you get silver. It's kind of like having the trade caravan. They have that same calculation of value. You just don't have to go out of your way to bother every trade caravan for it. Like, they'll just pick at it a little at a time. And how are we doing in the steel front? So you're not getting that done. I think what's happening is we're getting enough wood now that our construction person is managing to stay busy. Which is a good thing. Because honestly, I'm not that worried about getting this table built until I reach a point where we're getting our things done. Groot's our crafter. Right, so you're cutting stone chunks. That's fine, there's not much stone on the map. I think actually you might be down to your... No, there's like 5 chunks still over there on the far edge. And then that'll be a handful of more chunks out in the distance. What we will do for the stone cutting table... Organ decay. Groot's has developed a flesh-eating infection known as organ decay in her left lung. The organ will slowly lose function over the next 40 days before dying completely. If Groot's wants to stay healthy, install a replacement left organ. It could be bionic or a natural organ taken from a donor. Really? Alright, operations, remove left lung. There isn't another thing I can do with that, right? Well, hate to break it to you, Groot, you're about to lose a lung because the game said, screw you. I heard it. It said it out loud. It was really pretty awful about it, if you ask me. Make sure I'm removing the right lung. Cool. Don't botch it. Did you botch it and then go to... Okay. I was like, did you botch it and go to bed? You're like, well, failed that surgery. Alright. Almost took their leg off entirely. Almost killed them. Clearly not. Randy has an issue with Groot. Alright, so attacks immediately right after he failed a surgery. Are you patched up yet? That's good enough. So the rest of you get ready to defend. Sure, attacks immediately, right? Yeah. Because RimWorld. RimWorld says, hey, you were doing surgery on their eye. By the way, you amputated their leg instead. That's just how it works, don't question it. Just RimWorld things. Okay, first one down. And how badly you get hurt? Not bad. Armor did its job. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you just had a bunch of herbal medicine. I got no shortage of that. Gift from the Empire. They gave us a plain cloth parka. They really enjoyed their stay. And they will be back. And Groot's has got an infection from their failed surgery. Go to bed. You take care of tending this person. Oh, look, they want to donate a lung? Oh, yeah, you know, well, so the catch being with that is with the donating a lung from the prisoner, because we aren't psychopath and all that, even though we do have need for one, it will still result in a fairly severe mood penalty where they'll be like, oh, we've turned to organ harvesting people, like, we're so bad. Even worse if we kill the person in the process, where it gets considered organ murder, because then you take the penalty for removing the organ and a second penalty for killing someone. It's way worse than if you just kill them so far as the penalties go. Versus, like, right now, I'll probably just remove the lung. I probably won't butcher someone and steal their lung, necessarily. Maybe if they've got, like, a detoxifier lung or something like that, I might snag one of those and be like, alright, but just a plain old lung, I'm not going to go out of my way. Because that mood buff hits everyone in the colony, and then it's just another thing, you gotta equate that. It is going to hurt a little bit to be down a lung, but there's a lot of ways nowadays you can get your lungs back, whether it's you get bioregeneration, that's one thing to potentially help. You could trade for a lung. Actually, I think bioregeneration can recover. Yeah, it was like one missing thing, that's right. Let's see, you're glad you have a mod that removes a penalty, innocent prisoner death and such? Yeah, the innocent prisoner one gets weird, because there's definitely times where you get assaulted, and like 2 seconds later, they've killed 2 or 3 people, it's like, you killed an innocent prisoner. It's like, no I didn't. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to my face. Yeah, we tried Luxray. We almost killed him. So we're trying to give him a chance to have his body recover before we try again. Otherwise, there's a very good chance we would actually kill him. That's what these injuries are. This leg scratch and this torso hit, those are both failed surgery. So we're just waiting for them to get better. Because right now it's only at 4%, so we got enough time. I could probably botch the surgery somewhere in the area of like 4 times before I have to do the gamble of just, no, remove it now, we can't wait. You know, try again, if you kill them, you kill them. The alternative is they die, so we gotta act. We're nowhere near that point yet. Violence for profit. Nah, I'm good. If they're from a permanently hostile action and are unwaveringly loyal, they get no sympathy. If they're from a neutral faction, then meh. Yeah. I don't know, I've talked about, like, I don't actually mind it from a gameplay standpoint, but I personally dislike the idea of having enemies that no matter what you do, will always and forever be enemy, that there is no getting them to not attack you. Like, I understand from the gameplay balance, all that kind of stuff, you do want enemies that stay enemies. So I don't actually want them to change. But it does annoy me that the idea is that there's, like, the impids, and you could just throw money at them, and they'd still be like, nope, gotta murder you. Versus, if you keep throwing stuff at them, they'd be like, hey man, we got a good thing going. They might still harass you and all that, sure. But if someone is, like, literally providing you food and shelter and all that, and, like, you know, just throwing wealth at you, you might still be a jerk about it and everything. but you're probably not going to be like, hey, we should go kill them. The people who are just basically single-handedly covering everything. But again, video game. I understand if they didn't do that, we would run into situations where you would, like, you would have, like, friended everybody, and then the game has weird issues that happen. Because we've done runs where we started that, you know, all of the factions were hostile but, like, could be friended, that we actually took the time to befriend everyone just to kind of play it out to see how it worked. And it broke a lot of things. It ended up being you just basically got attacked endlessly by, like, mech clusters and nothing else because there was no raiders to pull from the pool because everyone was your friend. So it meant lots and lots of mechs and infestations and stuff like that. Which I still certainly wanted attacks. It was the fact that everything was mechs and like, alright, hear me out. Mechs kind of suck after a while. Heat wave and distress signal. I can't do anything about the distress signal. The heat wave hopefully isn't too bad because there's not... I mean, we can actually make passive coolers. So disallow that for a moment. We're going to go here and say temperature. Passive cooler in this room. Passive cooler in that room. Bulk trade's good. So we should manage to get enough wood to deal with that. We won't have enough to like go into every bedroom and do that. Even building those two, I'm going to be kind of going grumble, grumble. Really don't want to give up that wood, but that's fine. So you're back in action, so let's go ahead and I need to go to that left lung and remove the left lung. There you are. I was looking for the one in charge of the trade there. Okay, so we've got them popping in here. Take the smoke leaf. I don't want it around here. My people get addicted to it. They do have what I can buy. I'm not going to. Honestly, about all I'm going to do here is we'll go over here and say, hey, how about 750 wood your way? Give me your money. I'm short. Why are you showing up in such big numbers? Stop it. Alright, try again. I need you to not botch the surgery, okay? We've got time, but the more you botch the surgery, the more difficult this is going to get on us. I mean, you didn't almost kill him again. At least this time you hit the right organ. The shoulder's a bit much, but at least you actually did damage to the organ you were trying to remove. I need you to actually get that passive cooler on, so that we have somewhere we can go for some mercy from the heat. You know, hoping that passive cooler will be enough for this room, so that people don't die. We'll see. You know, just allow that again. It's fine. So it's hopefully we can try and keep this down a little bit. We've almost got this area built up enough that we don't need to worry about it. That's not going to help your heat stroke fighting a fire. Where is the rest of my colony is supposed to be putting out that fire? Why are there only 2? Okay, we actually got them getting over here. Please don't actively strike my people who are trying to put out the fires. So yeah, so we've lost getting this fire under control. Get over to this side. Get ahead of it. Get over to this side, get ahead of it. You're trapped in the fire. That's not the way you do this. Where's Luxray? Thank you. Get over here. Keep trying to get ahead of it. Get ahead of it. Trying to save some of our corn and all that. It did wipe out most of our stuff. That's helpful. Thanks. Oh, good. You apparently only insulted once and bailed, so that works out pretty well. Yeah, so basically wiped out pretty close to the entirety of our potatoes and our carrots and a good chunk of our rice. The good news is we're actually fine. We've got 1,500 there. This is all basically ready to harvest. So it did cost us some food, which is pretty annoying, but honestly, we're in pretty good shape to absorb that. Chemical starvation. We'll get there. We have you queued up to... Yeah, so you make Sci Tea forever when you have time. And how are you doing? You're at minor heat stroke. So good news, that's building up slow enough. There's a good chance that heat wave will be long gone. I don't have rooms for you. Where are you planning on staying? They're like, you don't have enough rooms for us. No crap. Like 20 of you showed up. What'd you expect? That you had kids circle around the area, the fire they were fighting, to eat meals surrounded by flames? What is that priority? Yeah. Oh no, like I've had people like straight up throw themselves into a middle of a fire to put out the fire and just like, okay, I guess you've chosen death. I mean, sure. Then inevitably they get hit, they start running, and then they're just in the fire. Yeah, so a bunch of our new guests are just laying on the ground out here because we couldn't accommodate them for sleeping arrangements. Yours ready for another try? Yep. Left lung. They expected more from you. They won't come back anytime soon. That's fine. But we did get a relationship because we patched up one of them, apparently. So even though they had a bad time, because we medically helped one of the ones that got injured, they're like, you know what, that's fine. And we're trying to practice our social, and we're doing a terrible job of it. That's what's happening, is we've got people running around trying to deal with stuff, and just upsetting one person after the other. Okay, so we did get the lung out, so at least Garut's not gonna die. So we're gonna watch, anytime we have exotic good trade caravans, if we can get ourselves a lung. And all that, because I don't think we're anywhere near making a prosthetic lung. Now, if we just get a unnatural healer on the map, then we don't even have to worry about it. We can just be like, it's all better. And just slowly take, you know, prosthetic legs off and give people new legs and all that. And what is your issue? Tattered apparel, recreation unfulfilled, had to rebuff Luxray. Had to rebuff someone. You're a chemical starvation, which is a problem. I don't have anything for you right now, though. Like, we've got it queued up to make, but we gotta wait for this to grow. Alright, we got granite. Thanks, man. I'm starting to get a nice number of meteors happening, which is a surprise. They gave us a gift of uranium because they really enjoyed their stay. Especially the first night where they slept on the ground in the rain. That definitely... You just haven't really lived until you sleep in the rain on a sandy beach. That actually sounds awful because all of the sand would stick to you. You'd probably wake up like the most chafing and like rash going on from just like the sand just scratching up your legs and all that the whole night. Once I get these rooms done, we'll first go to the expansion room back there, and after the expansion room, I am going to start making the perimeter to try and force the enemies to head in certain ways. Alright, so we got a group of travelers. Okay, they're passing by, so it's like that's too many people. We can't have that many people staying here. Royals need help. We'll deal with that in a moment. So we can give you a bunch of these. Alright. So you just have like a cursed book and all that. And honestly, I don't need anything else you've got. Oh, actually, I'll take the Nutramine. Where did you leave that Nutramine? Did you already get it put away? I guess you probably did. I don't see it. There it is. Have them haul it back so it doesn't rot. Cool, we've got a marble poker table as well. I should add the marble shelf to put food on. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So we'll add the marble shelf in there, and that marble shelf will tell it to put the food on. So that way the food, instead of being tossed in here, will be tossed up in the room where the tables are. Sad Wander. And they gave us a tox pack. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, they're still waiting, like, as long as that wood's rolling in, Conroy's managing to stay pretty busy building things. Once we get to the point that, like, we've got all the wood stuff built here for the moment, Conroy will finish mining to get more other stuff going on. Conversion. Alright, probably one more time and we'll get a Dragon Lord onto... It was Dragon Lord? No, it was Dragon Repairman. We'll get Dragon Repairman onto our onto our ideology, and then everyone will be on our ideology again. How is your armor doing, by the way? Well, actually, no, the armor's doing okay. Your clothing is starting to wear out. That's fine. Do I not have a tailoring bench? Ah, that's what's happened. We used to have one, and when our tailoring bench got destroyed, we didn't replace it. I've been wondering, it's like, man, why am I just not getting my clothes back? Because I don't have what I need to do that. I want you to get that tailoring bench built. Okay. Beret. Do until you have one at 80%. Fancy shirt. Do until you have one at 80%. Pants. 80%. Make the dusters 80%. Face masks, there you are. 80%. Alright, so we've got the hat, the chest, the inner layer and outer layer, the legs, the face mask. And I'm not going to worry about kids' clothing right now. Because we got a lot of clothes. Well, actually, you know, I can queue this up. I was going to say, we got a lot of our stuff. It's like, oh yeah, now they're going to get to that one again. So kids, pants, 80%, which I actually have some because they've been in storage since earlier. Kid shirt, 80%. Kids parka, 80%. There, so you got production of clothing going again, so that should help. Alright, before anyone gets too excited, clear critical meals. So that way we have the meals up here for anyone who needs them. We almost got this area built out. And there'll be time to, like, expand some of these bungalows. We've got all this food just sitting outside, piling up, like, literally thousands of it. I've already got the ACs positioned and ready to build. I just don't have... I don't have the power to run those ACs. I don't have the materials to build them. But I've got the location selected for them. We'll get there, though. Okay, with that we can build the wall along this side. And get that wall and the doors done there. Because the other good news is we're starting to get these oak trees done. Because this is going to be our kitchen up here. And then this will be the freezer down here. We're going to have a very large freezer just because we're doing the hospitality. We're going to be bouncing a lot on our food. And there's going to be other things. I'll probably end up getting pollution at some point I'll need to manage. We'll figure it out. If the freezer ends up being too big, I can always tear away part of it and use it for something later. Actually, not this side. The other side is where we'll have it poke in. Alright, pretty soon we're about to... Actually, what I can do now... Let's wait. I was going to say I could run the power cable through here, put the lights and all. I was like, no, it's going to use a bunch of steel. We do want to do that. But right now, I think the high-tech research bench is the higher priority of those two things. So let's just leave it with what we've got. And we can go and get the high-tech research bench going next. I'll probably toss a light up in here, put our kitchen table here and our butcher station down there, and the rest of this room will just be open. And that'll be our kitchen for the time being, which then puts, the freezer will be down here. Freezer can be fed in from this side. We take it out this side, do that. All right. So we have an exotic trades good person, which means they could have ourselves a replacement lung of some kind if we're lucky. It'd be a little tricky for us to buy it right now, but if we can, if it's there, we're gonna go out of our way to make it happen. Okay. You have some Architect limbs and all that, which is really exciting, but there is no way I'm gonna be able to afford that. Literally, if I get all of their money and my money, I'm still short. And I literally don't have anything they want, really. So in this particular case, while they do have some exciting stuff, they're way outside my budget, unfortunately. But if I could have gotten, an Architect leg or arm, by all means, I would have taken it immediately. But even if I sold everything they had, all the plasteel, all the components, we would have been short. Alright. That means I could run the wall the whole way up. It'll be so nice to have that freezer built. Oh, meanwhile, these doors we can lock open. That's fine. This door we don't lock open. These doors we can lock open. Do not refuel that and destroy it. New lovers. Sentient Cookie wooed Conrad by describing her as an animal's son. Conrad became aroused and agreed to become Sentient Cookie's lover. That is certainly an interesting way. You're the son of the lion. What does that mean? I don't know. But that's what you are. You know what? I'll go for it. I've heard worse. From this colony, in fact. Because everyone has been hitting on you this whole time. Congratulations at the one who finally was like, you know what? I have convinced them. Cool, so you're converted. Quest expires soon. One of the Imperials is a child. She wants me to guard them for a while. I must keep their mood above 25%, and they're willing to give me a lot of goodwill, and they'll be here for basically a season. We can try to do that. Never mind, I've got a giant group of guests here. How many of you? 6? Yeah, I'm just not gonna be able to... Because... I mean, it's 2. So I've got 6 of them staying here. And we run into the weird situation where those ones are gonna need a regular room to use. Whereas the other ones need guest rooms. And basically at that time, the 4 barrels would be real nice, but I'm not gonna have the materials to do that for a while. Versus the 34 reputation would put me 1 point shy of ally. It's the keeping them above 25% that worries me. Alright, what do we got? Tough? Okay, abrasive is not great. At least they're not, like, depressive or anything. So, schedule, recreation, the whole schedule. Please tell me you're not a Hussar. Neanderthal. Alright. So sorry, your room's no longer available. I hate to be the one to tell you that, but you've lost your room. We've got a higher paying patron who has rolled into town and said they would like it. And so it is theirs now. That's how we roll. I was like, okay, what are they offering that we're getting them to like us? Ooh, nimble, quick sleeper? Alright. So technically, one of the things you can do here is if you manage to get the, if you manage to get them to be close enough friends with you, you can recruit them from the other factions as part of hospitality. It does piss off the other faction, though, when you recruit people out from underneath them. Yeah, so, like, if I recruit this one, the relationship damage will be 45, so it'll put us in the negatives if I were to recruit this one. They're sanguine, steadfast, who is psychically... Oh, they're a Hussar. Don't love it. Cargo pods. A whole lot of hemogen. So, you ate without a table. You slept on the ground, mediocre barracks. So they're holding up so far. Are you, like, absolutely... Drugs, medical only, good to know. So let's go here to assignments. No drugs, no drugs. Alright. Keep them from doing that. So what'll probably end up happening is once we get our freezers online, we'll probably start taking our meals. Instead of just making the basic meals, we'll start making some nicer meals. If I do consider doing that soon, it'll be one of those things we don't... Wait, actually... What? It's fine. We will, we'll need to do a lot with that. Yeah, so actually, I don't have to wait for that wall to be done to build this wall. And same with this wall. But this wall, I need to wait for that tile to be done so I can still reach it. We can get rid of this column now, and this column now should be unnecessary. So they gave us 275 silver because their stay was okay. They had an okay stay. We did immediately evict them from one of the bedrooms and said, get lost, someone offered us more than you did. And that's just something they've got to live with. Oh, you're working on the research bench. We're almost there. I don't believe this is going to have enough power to sustain all of this stuff. So we are going to get to the point of, you know, let's turn that off. We've got that turned off. We need the oven on. And that should be, yeah, it'd be just the research bench and the stove and the light. So it shouldn't be much power consumption. It may not stay on all the time, but it should stay on mostly, you know, enough. Hey! Gordon McLeod, how's it going? I hope you had yourself a good stream. It's a library raid. You've been bookmarked? Excellent, we've been bookmarked, chat. They'll be able to find us again in their browser, using the basic functionality that is necessary to find places you've been to before. It is an excellent use. But thank you so much for that raid. I really do hope you had yourself a good stream. Can I get a shout out for Gordon McLeod? Leod? How's RimWorld going? It's going good now. For the first half, it was going wretchedly awful, bad, and terrible. That we were doing the treadmill of mood break after mood break after mood break after mood break. But it is stabilizing. We are building now. People aren't throwing their fit. We got our break room here now, so at least we have, you know, a little bit of mood bonuses. We got 10 that we were dealing without. Sounds like McLeod? It's an awful name for intuitive pronunciation. Gotcha. So what were you playing tonight, and how was your stream and everything? That way I could properly plug you and tell people what to find over there. Because I missed what you were playing tonight. That happens when people stream while I stream. You should really schedule it when I'm not streaming. No, I'm teasing. If you could just change everything about your life to be convenient for mine, that'd be great. There's people like that. Starfield tonight. Nice. Dying to get into Star Wars Outlaws and wanted a galaxy to play in. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't gotten a hold of, like, I didn't get a key offered to me or anything for Star Wars Outlaws. I actually, I still have to catch up in the last Star Wars game. I liked, was it Star Wars Survivor? But basically, if you're looking for Star Wars and Starfield and space, you can find it over there right now. I know that's not your normal all the time or anything, but like right now, if that's what you're looking for, that's what you can find over there. Plays a whole lot of stuff. I want to say you play a bunch of simulation, if I remember correctly. If I'm wrong, please correct me so I can get it right. Because I definitely mix people up and lose track, and that's this person's fault. But yeah, so I really enjoyed Star Wars Survivors. I want to say that was before I started streaming, and then they had the last one that came out. And it was one of those things I opted to not get it right when it came out because I just wasn't going to have the time to play it or whatever. Because it's just too misaligned with the type of content I do on the channel. Like, I could see hopping in, but I couldn't see buying it to hop in for streaming, and I haven't had time. Like, I've got a backlog of games otherwise. And so I haven't kept up. The short version is streaming things. Oh, I already ran a wire in there? Here I was like, man, I really need to run a wire in there. It's been so long. But yeah, I am a huge Star Wars fan, and I absolutely loved Survivors. It's just finding the time. I just need my entire audience to be into it and tune in every single day I play it, and then that'll make it very easy for me to do that. Alright, so we're gonna move all of our cooking stuff into this room, because this will be our stove. Forsaken Vagabonds. Bucky and a desperate refugee are approaching. They say they escaped from a slave caravan. Bucky begs you for permission to stay at Wilson's last resort for 5 days. 5 days is like no time for refugees, so I'll definitely say yes to that. So we can convert one of those to not being a guest bed and bring them in. So for anyone who isn't familiar with what we got going on, all that, but yeah, that's actually another thing is I've not on stream because Starfield didn't do well for me on stream, It's again, it's one of those things. It's a good game. It's misaligned with what I do on the channel, but that's fine. That'll work. Pretty much, I've been debating in my own time just jumping back into Starfield because I got to the point I was working out some of the last achievements and then got distracted by a whole lot of stuff. So I never did circle back. And it would be good to get back in there, start picking up those achievements, especially with the new DLC and all that coming out. We actually talked about Starfield. If I remember correctly, we talked about Starfield at the beginning of stream, that I commented that I really enjoy the way they make their spaceships, where they're NASA punk. Basically, they just kind of take the way like NASA stuff looks, where they just Velcro it all to the wall and strap it in and all that kind of stuff. Because to me, I felt that is a much more authentic way to how it would likely actually be in, like in a realistic science fiction future. We would probably have a lot of that, where you'd have like your med kit would just be like Velcroed in onto the wall, where you can grab it and take it where you need to go. You wouldn't have any type of like loose containers. Everything would be bolted, buckled, strapped, whatever down. Because in real life, there's only a couple theoretical ways we've come up with to like artificially make gravity. And most of the... Why are you... Oh, okay, I see. And most of those ones, the artificial strategy to make gravity boils down to, like, spinning stuff. Alright, so we've got a raid coming. Not a huge fan, so they got a bolt action. They actually have a pretty good split of ranged weapons. This is actually pretty bad for us. I do only have 5 combat pawns involved here. And honestly, equipment-wise, we're only a little bit ahead. Like Cookie's armor's way ahead. But, we got 2 bolt action to their 1. How good is their bolt action pawn? That's going to be a consideration we got to go in here. Be garbage. You're actually okay. You're not good. Oh man, they got a lot of decent shots there. Alright, so the problem is I'm actually a pretty big mix of long range and short. So I think what I'm going to try to do... Are they prepare? Yeah, they're going to prepare. What I think I'm going to try to do is we're going to have our long range setup here. We're going to have a short range setup here with Sentient Cookie. And we're going to try to focus fire down their long range person first. And hope as they drop in to start doing other stuff, we could shred them with their better short range. I don't like splitting my people up. There's risks there, but I think if I just straight up go behind cover, I'm going to basically be firing with 2 weapons, and then they're just going to stay out of range of this chain shotgun. And it may be that I fire some shots at them, and then my long-range people have to back off. We'll see. Where are you going? You're grabbing the silver, that's fine. You love Fallen Order? Yeah, sorry. Fallen Order, I believe, is the one I played. Whichever was the first one. I played that one, had a really good time. I didn't get to the point of like grinding out the achievements or anything. I just realized I missed the queue. Alright, so that's not good. So get down here. Just because we're late, we're going to try and just get over here as fast as we can. That's not what you want to see. Alright. Get in here as quick as you can. You might be able to run up and start slapping him with a sword. Are you in Go Juice? Is that what's going on here? No. I missed that cue. I need you to get behind here. That we have misplayed this in every imaginable way. I misplayed this fight in every way I could have. I missed that cue, and now we're playing catch up with all this. Alright, so Luxray died. We got a lot of injuries among the others. Conright's down. And in bad shape. Missing that Q cost us bad. Was someone not... Where... Were you not saving? What? I told you to rescue them. Okay, you're already tending. Alright, so you got 14 hours, 9 hours, 20 hours, 8 hours... That's not good because one of my doctors is downed and my other doctor is in really bad shape. So it's probably going to go down. Oh, I forgot. Bucky's a doctor as well. One of the refugees, which is good because our other doctor just went down before they could deal with any of it. Could you... All right. Yeah, no, that was my fault. Oh, come on. You have an infection. Deal with that. Yeah, so that was a massive misplan. Oh my god, please stop getting up. Go. I do wish once you queued for someone to do something that, unless again it was someone who was like actively dying or whatever, the other pawn would be incapable of like stopping to do other things. Nope, go tend to them before they die of infection. Alright, and you still need to be patched up. And you. Alright. But yeah, no, the issue was I was waiting for them to push in, and then like I had zoomed out, noticed the red, noticed where it said they had begun their assault, and it's like, oh crap, like they began their assault, and I was on maximum fast forward. It took me 2 or 3 seconds to notice it because I got distracted. And so that took things and made it way worse than it had to be. But poor Luxray caught a shotgun, two shotgun shells to the chest, and that was just it. And then all this we misplayed around here as well, where they were getting cover and I wasn't because we were nowhere near where we should have been fighting because I don't have a backup location to deal with any of that situated. So feed them. So get the corpse out of here. I can't freeze it, so there's no saving it to resurrect later. It just needs to be dumped where we have to dump it. All right. Keep tending to people, keep doing what we can to get everyone back up and running. Get that bolt action in there because we can put that to use. Alright, so Groots can go grab the chain shotgun back. Low psychic drone on top of losing a colonist. Excellent. That'll help people's moods. Alright, so you're able to get back up. You're taking your medication. That's good news. So we've got the Master Bolt action. We've got the Masterwork Chain Shotgun. Go grab the other bolt action. Guests unhappy. Low psychic drone, colonist left unburied. I can't help you. Do we have anyone else who could do construction right now? If this upsets you so much, you're going to step in and take care of it yourself. There. Because that'll help with the colonies left unburied penalty. Moral guide present? Oh, wait, we'll have to wait till Conrad doesn't have a break anymore. And then we'll try to do the funeral and see if we can't knock down some of these penalties a bit. So the downside is that was our hauler cleaner, so we're back down to 4 colonists. This has been the worst of roller coaster runs. Usually my colonies either go like really well up until the point that some fight goes really sideways and everybody dies except for like one person, and then, you know, it's just the colony's over. Or we take a win. It's very rare we have just this like treadmill of slowly going down. Because usually I've got like a really nice break room, I'm getting, you know, better meals and all that stuff. Mad squirrels. This is not really the time for this. Okay, so Conrad's having the break over there. You four just do what you can to make yourselves happy. You run down here to try and help this. You're still dealing... Okay, you've already gotten to the point your infection... Alright, Parker, run the other way. Never mind, you're good. Is that all of them? No. There's one more way over in the corner of the map. Let this play out for a minute and then we'll kill that. I'm trying to give people a chance to grab their food, rest up a little. Please hit the stupid squirrel. Okay. Good enough. Not my favorite. So you got bit by a squirrel in the leg and the torso. Because, of course, it ignored everyone and chased the child. And then our person with the bolt action could not hit it to save their life. You gonna treat that person? No? Okay, Groot's on it. Well, that's an interesting consideration. Bandaging them through the wall because there's no corners on those rooms. Okay, so you're already fully healed, which is good. I need the low psychic drone to please go away. Thank you. I appreciate that you're apparently listening right now, Randy, and you took that cue and was like, yeah, maybe that was uncalled for. Maybe it was a little too much. I really need Conrad to stop having a break so that I can potentially have the funeral. Because if we have the funeral, there's a chance I can take one of those penalties and massively reduce it. But I need my moral guide to give me the best chance of success, and they're having a break right now. Wait. Okay, you're fine. I thought for a moment it was Conrad's new lover who had died. I was like, oh, is this one of those cursed runs where we just have the pretty person keeps getting relationships and unfortunate things keep happening to them? Because I've had those runs. And it's weird, and it's pretty awful. What is your issue? Do you have food poisoning? Oh yeah, you're missing a lung and that's penalizing your consciousness. That's fine. Let's get someone else to do it. Everyone sucks at social in this colony, so it doesn't really matter who does it. Okay, so sell the side T for the cash. Because we need the sweet cash. They do not have steel for me, unfortunately. I don't really need the Harbinger tree. We're fine on food. We'll make the Nutramine. That's fine. Major break risk. Okay, so Conrad is back in action. You are going to immediately begin a funeral. Because if we can manage to have a decent funeral, which is asking a lot, we could potentially negate a lot of the negative. Lackluster. Excellent. Excellent. We're definitely going to have a bad time. I also just realized we could reform our ideology at this point. I don't think we're going to go ahead and take another meme right now. But what we will do is I usually make it a rule to... Oh, Luxray died. Got hit with 2 shots from a shotgun, and that was done. So what we'll go ahead and do is we will make it so that people don't need to wait till marriage to share a room, and we'll stop there. Yeah, no, I misplayed a situation in that we had a attack that was waiting over here, and I failed to see that the attack had begun until they were already halfway in, and it means I was all out of position when the raid came. It was just sloppy play. You're both gonna help clean now. That's what you do here in the meantime. And how much steel do I have right now? None. None that's showing. Okay, so if the... Alright, so we're definitely not considering Bucky or Parker. They're not going to be here. Insulting spree on Parker. No. No. That's not being permitted. I normally don't like to resort to arresting people when they do insulting sprees, but in this particular case, we will fail the quest if they keep that up. And I am willing to be like, hey, you know what? It's too freaking bad. Wait, what? I don't want this person. Get the heck out of my colony. Get out of here. I arrested you so you wouldn't piss off our guests. How many insults did you get? Man, you got 4 off in that time? Insulting sprees really are pretty unreasonable at times. Hey, oh wait, no, if I have you take the drugs to try and make you happy, you'll get pissed off because you're against them. I just need you to manage to not be super angry for that long. We're gonna fail that because guest unhappy is too low. And I can't do anything about it. That's because there was the insulting spree and the person just beelined right for them. Combat supplier. Yeah, I think we'll fail the quest before those drop off. But then minus 17 with all the other ones from like people dying and all that. Yep. There we go. Failed the quest. Yeah, so we failed both the refugee quest and the other one. Like I said, that's not a super big surprise when we had an insulting spree. I hope I was going to catch them at just one insult, because we could have probably ridden that out. But the, oh, you're not catching up to anyone. But after they got 4 insults off, there was no way. Like, if I had some mind number or something, we might be able to have done it, but we don't. Take the side T. So you got some bolt actions and some other stuff. Nothing super exciting. Nothing I'm willing to spend money on right now. We're slowly becoming a smaller colony. Nope. Random person who shows up that we don't get to see who they are. Nope. We're just becoming a slowly smaller colony, little by little. Just getting chipped away at. Alright. So, do I have enough steel down here? If we mine that prison warden... Okay. You're gonna give me a bunch of raids? I'm not doing that right now, man. I got 4 people left. We don't have ourselves a good defensive line to go for. So I'm gonna try to do... This is probably not gonna work great. Is I'm going to try to build an electric smelter here. And it might be one of those things I got to toggle on and off because I have so little power production. But we do have a lot of slag here that'll be a lot of steel for us. The issue is I don't really have enough power to support it. Okay, so that's a pretty big group popping in. So they need 7 beds. I have 6. Which I'm also realizing I'm ready to build the next bedroom. And in the meantime, we can go furniture, sleeping spot. There. Okay. Annoying voice, abrasive, sickly, misogynist, delicate, great memory. You're not really exciting me here. Bloodless psychopath, meanderist. Pretty slow learner. Trigger happy. Well, there's one pawn here who isn't a raging tire fire. Why are you not? We had a couple here, right? There we go. And you can go to Dragon Lord. There we go. Go sleep in an actual bedroom. There's no need for you to not do that. Yes, if I can get that built, we can start smelting a bunch of this, and that'll at least get us the steel to start being able to do stuff. The big issue is I need more power than we've got. And right now, I don't really have the materials to build a whole bunch of batteries and a whole bunch of, like, windmills or whatever. The solar panels will all be penalized from the permanent giant smoke cloud we've got from the off-site thing going on. And we've managed to not unlock geothermal yet. I'm guessing we're getting geothermal now with how ridiculously long it has been, but I also don't know if we've just not been able to reliably do research. Like, I'm worried it's just we haven't been able to reliably do research, and it's going to be something I don't care about. And that's just what it is. Oh, good. Skulls. You got transport pod crash. Okay, so you're a high mate who is kind and delicate, who is extremely good at social. You can do construction, crafting, and all that. We will rescue you. There is the unfortunate chance that they might decide to stay whether I like it or not. That things can go wrong with it. That said, I do think in this case I am going to rescue them. They are a pacifist as a high mate. That's just the way high mates are. And they are kind and delicate. But honestly, having another person who can help with a lot of this other stuff would be not terrible. And having someone who actually has social skills, I'm horrifically overdue for. If I can convert them to our ideology, then they can just become our moral guide and we just keep them out of the fights entirely. They could also just leave. Are you showing up when I already have all of my rooms occupied? Okay, so Jack has joined. Cool beans. So we'll go ahead and we'll do a draw. So welcome to the new one. So congratulations, Darstrider. You're going to be our moral guide. Once we've converted you to our ideology. That's going to take a little work, but then you'll be our moral guide. And you will deal with, like, all of the social stuff. You'll entertain the guests. So they'll show up and you'll just start singing "Be Our Guest" and everyone will look at you weird, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. You'll also help clean up around here. You're basically the person who stays at home and keeps things from catching fire. Unless they're things we intend to catch fire, at which point, I mean, I guess just carry on. Alright, so male, male, female, female, male. Alright. Alright. I'm not the biggest fan of bringing pacifists, but it's also those things that, honestly, it's not the end of the world either. Okay, so clear, important, foods. Alright, so we got Mad Rat down there. Grab all of you. Do all that. Nice to see the freezer getting done. Yeah, I don't have the materials to actually build the ACs, nor to power them. But at least I've got the storage building made now. And we are getting the wood very steadily now. So that's really good news. Our food is holding up just fine. So technically this is considered unroofed space because I don't have those built. But I'm trying to focus on getting the electric smelter built over there. If we get the electric smelter built, at that point we can start getting ourselves a bit of extra metal. Insulting spree Darstrider. You're kind. You're not supposed to do that. Leave. Are you bullying the child? Okay, you're not. Well, you know what? Not to say that you deserved it, but you did kind of walk up to one of our guests and start insulting them, and they turned around and slugged you in the face and knocked you down, so I'm not gonna say you didn't deserve it. This is the priority. Forget the potatoes. This is the priority. Put it out. Put it out. No, this... Forget the field. Put out the big wood building. Where are my other two colonists, and why are they not helping? You focus on the inside, you focus on the outside. Now you can get ahead of this thing. Okay, now you can worry about that. So you had a flash storm and all that overlapping. So good news, we already have a lot of food. And honestly, we only really lost the one field of potatoes and a chunk of the rest. Would you stop running away, please? Darstrider is very slow right now and already has initial toxic buildup. Why? I mean, I guess your leg is thing. Conrad is pregnant. This is not a good time. Stop running away from the slow person. Okay. Alright. So, take the site T. And I know it said we couldn't, like, we'll get bad prices and all that. Give me all of your steel. Take the dye. I don't need wake-up production. Take the worn clothing. Take the worn clothing. Take all of this worn clothing. There is so much of it. And accept. Why did you have a negative standing? Huh. So, the big issue we have right now is we have a toxic buildup. So for the moment, I'm gonna need people to not stand out in that. So you still need to be queued up for this. And the others don't. And I just realized that means that dryad is no longer producing. That's okay, we've got almost all our wood stuff built already. I'm gonna try and have our people somewhat bear the toxic buildup for right now, knowing we are going to need to duck back to just try and get what we can out of the farm or whatever. You need to get a mask on if you're gonna be outside. And everyone's getting food poisoning because of incompetent cook. Cult escape. A mangled figure is approaching. He wants to talk. If you could send them away, see what he wants to hear. We got a gift from the Exodus Empire, which was uranium. They were awfully disappointed with the stay. Psychically dull. They're a good cook who is missing... Oh, they got death refusal, but that pawn is straight up demolished. Yeah, so I'm definitely not keeping them around. Drop that crap on the ground. You gonna go into fight? No. Vortex? Get out of here. Because they were missing their eyes, they were missing an arm. They had like no stats that were good for me, and all of these things. Like it was just start to finish a real rough pawn. Alright. A bunch of people have initial toxic buildup. It's also basically freezing outside, too. So we botched the construction. That's terrible. Because you're hungry, there's no shortage of food, man. All you gotta do is eat it. What? Where did the steel come from in here? Oh, we traded for it, that's right. Please don't break my tables. Alright. I need you to take care of yourself, because right now, you're having a rough time. Just everyone with food poisoning, because we're back to not having a good cook anywhere in the colony and just making do. And now everything's just full of sick because everyone has food poisoning. Exotic goods trader. Cool. Yeah, so getting a little bit of that food up before the toxic buildup destroys it all. All right. That's just gonna have to do. You've got some fun stuff, nothing I can use. I will take your components. I am actually at that point where components actually do matter to me now. It's taken a while to get there, but I'm gonna need them. Oh, meanwhile, work, assignments, para policies, anything. Do not wear tox packs. If you're not a waster, don't wear a tox pack. And how are y'all doing? Initial. Dragon is actually in bad shape. New lovers. Darstrider tried to attract... No. Conrite by describing her as breathtaking. As a breathtaking her. Conrite responded well and is now Darstrider's lover. Darstrider and Conrite can now want to sleep together. Consider assigning them to the both beds. Conrite and Sentient Cookie are no longer in a relationship. Instinctively seeking a mate, Darstrider has formed a psychically bonded romantic relationship. Well, that's gonna make Sentient Cookie happy. Mm-hmm. Well, cool. Did I mention that colonists with the pretty on them can be pretty rough for your colony? Because, that's exactly what's happening. Everyone is hitting on the pretty pawn. And it's starting to cause problems. In hindsight, I probably should have taken Darkstrider and deliberately had them try to romance someone else just to get that sorted out so it wouldn't happen that way. But I opted not to, which was probably a mistake. Now the good news is as long as they're both in the same area, the psychic bond will give them a really strong mood bonus. The downside is if I ever... Well, I mean, I guess they can't go anywhere, so I guess it's not a problem about them leaving the area. We can't caravan. We're on an island. Alright, so bills, add, smelt, forever. And I really need you to recover. Cheated on by Conrite. 2 seasons, you're gonna be upset. Well, I know what I'm gonna be using the next cooldown for console on. Corpse Obsession. It's weird that won't let me rebury you. There we go. Well, the worst thing is we're also, with all these food poisoning, none of them are being labeled because dirty kitchen, which it is dirty and it needs to be cleaned. It's all from incompetent cooks, so as much as the dirty kitchen isn't helping the cause, it's not actually what's causing the problem. Where did you didn't... Where did you put Luxray's body? I told you to bury it. It's a sign, but there's no corpse in there. And the body's nowhere to be found. Where did you bury it? There's only one anything that could hold a body in the whole map. And I know you didn't eat it because I didn't choose that. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you carried it away and then it just didn't trigger that you hadn't buried it yet. So please bury the person. You go trade with them. Finally, you're not hurt anymore. Okay, so let's see. Take the site T. We could be fine with the wood so far. We've got plenty of medicine. Got a bunch of random clothes and stuff I can trade for. We're doing fine on food, so they actually don't have anything I really need. Okay, and Darkstar's starting to slowly get things cleaned up. How are people doing with their build-up? You're too high. You're too high. So zones, manage, new, rename, toxic, expand. So the toxic zone can go in here, and it can have a little path that goes up here and over there. It can include the freezer. And it can include a little path that goes down here, because I don't mind them running between the rooms, but that's all the more they're going outside. I need them to not be standing outside getting that toxic buildup. You get a little path over here. And it'll get all this. And what we're trying to do right now is toxic buildup. I've let it go too high. I've been trying to basically just hopefully wait it out. But unfortunately in this particular case, it will start killing our pawns if I don't get under control. Because it can kill you both in just the initial buildup. Colonist needs a rescue. I didn't unpause. Oh, right. Because you're in an area that I haven't zoned yet. That's fine. We're just going to make this whole little area here zoned. It's fine. So rescue them. So everyone's going to try and stay inside as best we can. Clean up our mess, do all that. I just need to get them out of the toxic buildup. Okay, Groot's is back up. That one won't matter. That's not going to be a hallway anymore. I'm not going to worry about going all the way down there. Okay, so where did your weapon go? Where is your chain shotgun? Cool. Right, because you were in here stuck in bed because of the food poisoning. Yeah, so that's running. It makes enough power to charge the battery, but only when it's running really well. And then one of the issues is because I've restricted them all, now you can't get up there. Yeah, so that's actually the plant's dying of cold as well. How are you able to go out there? You shouldn't be able to do that. It's fine, keep repairing it. That's where the wall got burned, so it probably needed patched anyways. Okay, so all running around trying to do the best they can. It'd be nice if I could sit there and use the smelter right now. But Groot's would be the one who'd be using it if they had availability. And they've got some pretty high toxic buildup. Because part of the danger with toxic buildup is it takes a long time to go away. And you've got food poisoning again. They're starting to move all the food in here. Alright, so for just a second, I'm going to have you put the roof back in there, so that's an enclosed space. I just need to remember when it comes time that I've got the steel and components and all that, we take that back off. Because that'll keep the stuff in there lasting longer by not being unroofed. Of course that broke. So toggle that off and give the battery a chance to charge. So this sucks just because this toxic fallout's going to keep us from doing anything. We got plenty of food. We can last like 2 seasons or whatever on our food right now. Like however long it takes the food to actually rot, we will have the food rot away before it runs out. The bigger concern is I let them get their toxic buildup way higher than I should have let it. So we are risking disease. Alright. Try to console Cookie. Cool. So Conrite, who is Cookie's ex-lover, turned around after cheating on Cookie and said, "Hey, you know what? Maybe don't be upset." And Cookie's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense." I'm really happy that stuck, because I was sitting there at that -20 for 2 seasons, because I was like, oh man, that is gonna hurt. Okay, so you have steel for me, so we're gonna take the steel. We are very low on materials. The security door would be a nice book to have for later. No, we can actually probably make that work. Take the tox thing. We'll take that book as well. We can go down here to a bunch of these clothes. Chip down the price a good amount. Take the chem fuel. That'll do it. Alright, so just for the moment, we're going to go to schedule. You're allowed to be wherever you want. Haul the book. Because the book will rot outside if we don't haul it. Whereas the rest, we can do whatever. Okay, so schedule, you're re-restricted. Which suddenly makes me realize in this room we can go to furniture, bookshelf, marble. We'll put a marble bookshelf in here for the books we collect so it's in the rec area. Make this room a little bit nicer for the mood bonus and all that. Yeah, technically it can make our research faster if we put it there, but honestly, research speed is not that big of a problem for us in this run so far. I'm hoping this is geothermal we're working on. We've not been researching consistently, so I have no way of really gauging how that's gone. Research known, smoke pop packs. That was an extremely cheap research. That's how long we've been, unable to consistently research. Cool, man. Real helpful, that one. Yeah, so we're getting the last of the food out of this room. And then they should stop running back and forth between it. Which is good. All that time, just imagine how long geothermal will take. Right, well the problem is they're just not getting to the research bench was the issue we were running into. Is they just weren't getting time to research because they're busy just trying to keep the colony from burning down around them. Versus now things have started to stabilize. Like we've got food on hand where we're not at risk of losing all of our food. Our meals are getting done. We're still at 5 colonists. We've not been making real progress there. But no one's in an immediate meltdown situation, so that's good news, because we diffused the one person who was really, really upset. Yeah, I'll assure your safety. It's just some toxic fallout. What do you got? Oh my god, how many people did you bring? 9? Stop it. I need you to stop bringing your whole family and their family's family and their family's family. I need you to kindly bring a reasonable number of guests. Guests. You're staying in the toxic area for now. I don't want you out and about. Okay, and people are reading the books. The research is going pretty fast now that we don't have anything for them to do other than hug a research bench because outside is awful for everyone's health. Okay, so you have no toxic buildup. You're still at 30%, 9%, 11%, 30%. Mad Immature Dryad. So get you over here. Get the R3 behind you. Nicely done. What do you mean? That is their family. 2 parents, 7 kids? Nope. They're all adults here. You don't fool me. Yeah, and we've got the toxic fallout's bad enough we're losing all of our trees too. The good news is we at least got all those bedrooms done before that. I miss what it said for the stay. Oh no, they're still saying there was a group of people going by. Alright, so one of the problems I have now is I do need to make a crib. And we also need more seats at the table. So I really would really appreciate it if the toxic fallout would go away. So I'm not stuck hanging inside my building while the entire tile gets scorched earth of all life. Yeah, because it's already been half a season we've been in the toxic fallout. Okay, so what do we got? Have some Thai tea. We've got tons of medicine on hand. I'm not going to bother trading for the wood. You don't have anything else I need. Meanwhile, Darstrider's running around being the host with the most, making sure all of the guests are you know, properly getting their food and just being an excellent host, charming everybody, convincing every last one of them they should definitely give me all of their money. All right, so they've got a raid. They're attacking immediately. It looks like 4 of them. I'm going to try to mostly ignore the problem for as long as I can. I can't. And the reason I can't is they're not going to go after the caravan. That's the problem. Let's get over here as fast as we can. Because they have separated out a lot. I really wish you didn't flank me up that way. Okay, forget the melee ones. You two tag them. Well, defend yourself. Let's see. Don't care. Alright, so only Sentient Cookie took hits. Mostly not a big deal because they have Cataphract armor. It is what it is. Get back to your place. See, if we had been able to get the guests to go back inside or whatever, and we probably could using zoning, now I think about it. We could have just left it up for that to fight those pigs and it would have been fine. I put a little spot here for if they go to cross over there again. Just give me a little bit of cover so I wasn't doing that. Yeah, so we're getting close to the end of the window of how long a toxic fallout can last in the game. Because all events have a time frame. I think the longest one is Volcanic Winter. I think can be 60 days, which is a full in-game year. I believe it might not be that long. But I want to say Toxic Fallout was like 10-15 days was kind of its roof. It's either like 10, 12, or 15 days or something like that. I remember it was long, but it wasn't nearly as long. Alright, so one of the people who got down is joined as a guest. Alright, we already finished the security door with our research, so that's good news. They really enjoyed their stay, 75. They're like, we went to the beach, it was all covered in toxic pollution and fallout. We were told to stay indoors and don't dare walk outside. Some pigmen attacked and tried to murder us. 9 out of 10. Bring the family.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. In terms of RimWorld, that'd be a nice vacation. Hey, if you didn't die or get horribly maimed, honestly, that's not the worst for RimWorld terms. For RimWorld, that's not an unreasonable state. Would this toxic fallout go away? I do dislike when autosave. Psychic binge. There's only 4, so that should actually probably be okay. We've been selling as fast as we've been pulling it up, so yes, there's an odds of there's a chance of addiction, but it's pretty low odds. First one, addiction. No, I mean, worst of all, it'd be last one, addiction. I'm more worried about people standing outside in the toxic fallout right now, because you're getting really pretty heavily built up on. Oh, at this point, let's not have you do that. That's Groot's Twig's job. No, actually, I guess you can. Basically, I'm trying to think of the people who aren't as skilled with it. I'm just more worried about you running around in the pollution absolutely at all now, because you're getting close to 40% buildup. And that was because you were the one farming when we still had access to that area. So versus now, you should just be running directly from here and there. So whatever's researching, the regular bench seems to be working as well. Oh, I saw what it was. It's fine. The marriage is on. Conrad and Darth told Darth that she wants to spend her life with him. Darth agreed and the two are now engaged. Aww. Love on the rim. Meanwhile, Sentient Cookie is currently blasting themselves with psychedelics over being cheated on by that situation. This is just the drama that is a typical RimWorld colony. So it's about to be at 10 days. Colt, look, I'm still in the middle of a toxic fallout. I'm going to need Randy, I'm going to need you to take a little bit of a break from dumpstering this colony with your stuff for just a couple of minutes to give me a chance to get that stuff in order. Toxic relationship, not emotionally, just covered in poisonous goo. Research known gunsmithing. I'm really hoping we don't have people getting towards hypothermia. We also have a baby on the way soon, which before I forget, let's go to the stove. Thank goodness the toxic fallout is done. You can be unrestricted. We can get back to living some kind of existence. I need to get baby food going. I don't know why we haven't been cooking any meals in the time. Pollution problem. No. I'm good, thank you. Alright. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly step away, use the restroom and all that, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. Hang on. What? What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. No, I get that's from the trap, but it's the sheer number that's like, what? What? Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no! What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. Oh, right, and I am back. Okay, so we'll get right back to it. Just need to use the restroom and grab myself a drink. Yeah, no, that's an old clip too. That is a really old clip. Like, you can hear, like, that was back before I got, like, my audio, like, my noise cancellation to be a lot better. So you can hear, like, the clickety-clacketing on the keyboard really clearly. I was using push to talk for streaming back then. No camera. The balancing on the audio minus the lack of noise suppression wasn't terrible. You think you remember that run? Yeah, that would have been way, way back. That's like 2.5 years ago. That would be not far from when I hit affiliate. I don't remember if it was I hit affiliate first or which way it went, but it would have been not far from that. Definitely well before I hit partner. Way before I hit partner. Because I think it was just a bit before partner that we started, that I started getting on camera. Please get in here before you start taking hypothermia injuries. Win and roll. It has been a rough ride. It has just been a rough ride. Hypothermia. Go hug the heater. You're no longer having hypothermia. Have a good time. We've had people having affairs in the colony and all sorts of wonderful, definitely not awful things. Cold snaps, overlapping toxic builds-up. Affairs? Yep. We look right here. Cheated on by Conrite. But the other two are getting married. You have 3 couples? Yep. This trait right here, pretty and beautiful. They sound like good traits. They're terrible. Straight up negative trait in my book. Straight up negative trait in my book to be pretty or beautiful. Because absolutely everyone will continuously keep hitting on them. And best case scenario, everyone just gets big grump because they keep getting shot down. Worst case scenario, relationships come and go way better, like way more than you really want them to. Ooh, mono sword. Okay, I don't think I can make that happen. I would like to make okay, so we did get the research from that book, by the way. Yeah, I can't make that happen. I would like a mono sword. We can go ahead and get rid of the extra guns and the bow. Yeah, it's $2,300. If I sold absolutely everything I had, I could get maybe 700. So that's not gonna fly. Between the toxic fallout and the cold snap almost every year and fires and everything else, we've just not been getting much in the way of wealth, which normally is not that big a deal. Being a bit shy in the wealth department, not something to be super upset about. Like, this whole colony is probably 70,000, I would guess. I haven't looked in a long time. No, it's not even. It's about 60,000. Hey, man, when you build your whole colony out of wood, which don't do it, it's a terrible idea. But when you build your whole colony out of wood, it is amazing how cheap your colony is. That I could have a colony that's got enough room for 8 people comfortably. Well, sorry, 10 people comfortably. We've got the research benches and all that going, and it's still pretty cheap. We are dealing with all sorts of awful. So you've got minor hypothermia. Get in there. Alright, so we've got our first injury from frostbite. How was the resort part? We have actually had some people have some fairly nice stays today. We've also had some people some pretty awful stays today, but it's probably been more positive stays than negatives. What I need is this cold snap to go away, but it's been a recent thing that we've had it. Hey, a night dweller, how's it going? We're definitely going to need better clothes. And that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen till well after this cold snap and winter is over. And we had ourselves like 1,500 food. Like raw food. And we've got the meals made, and it's all frozen because everything's below freezing. But also, why do I have... Okay, you are being treated. I was like, why do I have someone who needs to be treated not getting treated? I'm gonna intervene and force you to build that crib. That's a bit higher priority because we're about to have a baby in this colony. Alright, so this is gonna be a tricky one. I want to smelt some of the slag, but I really don't have sufficient power to do that. Alright, we're gonna need to turn that off. I'm gonna have to like turn that on and off. What are you doing? Playing hoopstone. Oh, hey. Let's take that inside. I think we're at the point with hoopstone that shouldn't be out there anymore. Get them into the heat again. Because I don't want people losing fingers and toes to frostbite. You're freezing to death, but at least you're having fun. Yup. Well, it's not only that, but if I keep like all the entertainment stuff back here, it'll be pretty good. Yeah, somewhat rich, very impressive. The beauty is neutral, quite spacious. It's clean now, it was slightly dirty. Alright, so we're coming up on day 3 of Cold Snap. The good news is cold snaps and heat waves usually are fairly short. Excellent, perfect. And our next research is about to end, so that'll be good. Alright, we got a group visiting from the Empire, so we've got a group of 6. So for once, I actually have the rooms ready for them. Go ahead and get rid of the weird little side sleeping spots. You can just use the regular beds, because our colony has done a really good job at slowly getting smaller. It's not usually what you want, but it is what we have been achieving. turn that back on. Hey, Wander, how's it going? Alright, so what I'm going to actually do here is bills. It's fine. We don't have the power. Like, I keep watching, and the moment I turn that thing on, the battery starts draining, because I only have the one turbine here. I really want to get better power. Like, I really want... Like, I got that geothermal right there. I really want that geothermal right there to have that power. We are using random research, no research. I have no control over my research. So, as you can see, we've got almost all the tech that's to the left of this, but we still don't have the geothermal. We can get this stuff now, the more advanced stuff. I'd really like to get the geothermal down here, because if I get that, then I don't have to deal with juggling a bunch of turbines where I don't have room to build them. And all that. Because if we put another turbine down here, that probably wouldn't be the worst place. The enemies will probably target that pretty heavily, which I guess just is what it is. I probably need to do that. I don't want to. But I think we're at that point. I also need more batteries, but I don't think that's happening for a little bit. Alright, baby is going to be on its way very soon. We weren't planning on having a bunch of kids here, but it is what is occurring. Well, I mean, not a bunch. We had one kid that joined us very early on. Now, could you, like, not sweep next to the corpses? Could you just get rid of the corpses so everyone's not having a mood break over it? Thanks, man. Little bits of plasteel over there and whatnot. I believe that's our last stone chunk on the map. That after Groots cuts that stone chunk, that's it. Those hidden cables are awesome. Yeah, no, that was one of the best additions to the game. And I know it just basically the big advantage is the two big advantages: people won't attack them because they can't see them. So it's extremely rare they get damaged at all, let alone destroyed. And then on top of that, just not being able to have the Bzzt event is amazing. All right. So gunsmithing is done researching. Cool. I just realized my crafter and my researcher are the same person now. So it'll be up to Darth to handle it. All right, so the immature dryad is gone. Manhunter, whatever you want to say. Please don't shoot the fan. All right. So we're all good that. Oh, guests. My bad. Oh, you're reassigned to home zone. That's fine. And once I get these rooms built up, we're making the outside wall thing. I'm debating bringing that outside wall in a lot. Colonist is down to food poisoning. Don't love to see it. You had a bolt-action rifle, so let's see where that got away to. Oh, it's up there. Never mind, I see it. Yeah, so I was going to have like this giant super way out there perimeter. We're not doing that. It's just going to take too many resources too long. It's not going to do us any good. I do think we go right here. We can cut across up here. I do think I want to put the geothermals on side. So we can go and have like this be the outer perimeter. Gift from the Exodus Empire, they've given me a Tox Pack. Thanks. They're absolutely amazed by your hospitality. They'll be back in a couple of days. Thanks, man. And so what we'll do is we'll make that the opening so they can go wade through water to come after me. Give ourselves the defensive spot and everything. We'll have access to geothermal. You need to be rescued. Because food poisoning, I assume. I'd really like you to stop all going down from food poisoning. It's very inconvenient. I do understand it is the fact that our cook is not good at their job and we're just making do. So you think your level of technology is high? So why are you so pitiful? Let me go ahead and say this, Wander. Where do you see stone on this map? Where do you see steel on this map? Where do you see components on this map? It is sand. So the only steel I get on is when people show up and I can trade for it. Once we get to the that's getting some chicken nuggets. Once we get to the point of having deep drills will be good. But if we look at our research, you'll notice there's no well, actually, I don't know if you're watching on the vertical or the horizontal. If you're watching in the vertical, you won't see, but on the horizontal, there is where the research button's supposed to be. It's grayed out because we have 2 mods, no research, random research. So we started with nothing. And when we go, we can't choose our research. It's basically we've handed the keys to research over to Randy and said, hey, you want to take this over? And so that's why if we look at our research, I have water mill generator because, you know, Randy figured that was a good idea on a tile where I'm not allowed to use it because there's no river. So yeah, it's a challenge run that we've got ourselves set up dealing with all that. But it's not your straightforward 500% naked brutality, no pause, that kind of thing. We basically made a environmental challenge run that the environment is terrible. Yeah, so we're scraping by for everything, and plus the game has been pretty we've actually, so in our game so far we've had 2 toxic fallouts. We're on 4 or 5 cold snaps, I think 3 heat waves. Surprisingly, I think we only had 1 round of malaria, and I think no plagues or anything like that. We did get some muscle parasites. Okay, so you're back up, which is good, because I need you to grab your guns now. So go grab that, and your guns up here. Go grab them now, because we need to get you in position. Those are going to take a hot minute to get here. That is the one nice thing about this tile, is because of all the water, it does really limit the mobility of enemies. But if you were me, you wouldn't even imagine playing as a looter. So you play? Yeah. And then the added big negative we've got going on. I'll wait till that guinea pig's dead. Why are you separated from all the other guinea pigs? And also, could at least one of you hit it? Cool. We are on an island, so I can't, like, use caravan shenanigans or anything like that. We are stuck under a permanent giant smoke cloud, though, because until I get the drop pods, I can't clear a smoke cloud spewer. The good news is that just hurts my plant growth a little bit. It's like 20-30%. Oh, small rodents, you're so awful because you're so hard to hit. Cool. But I do have a little pile of steel over here we've got together. Yeah, because they can go ahead and they can build that. I do have the components, so I can try and get a little bit more power going. I do need more batteries, so let's... It hurts so much to use that many components on that, but I can't count on getting geothermal ever, And I need to get that power stable enough I could turn that smelter on so I could turn the slag into steel. Let's see, tribe man here to look into the scary monolith to see other tribe lands. Hey, we are a tribal start. We've lost some of our people we start with, but yeah, no, we're a tribal start. I almost, like, the only time I don't start as tribal is, like, I didn't start as tribal when Anomaly first came out because I did the Anomaly start like most people did. It seems like there's more cons than pros in this map. Oh yeah, no, it's a challenge. This is a challenge map. This map is very little pro. It is, the water being a thing that slows things down attacking is the silver lining. Everything else is awful about this map. I have to build everything out of wood because there's almost no land to really build on. And then on top of that, when I can use stone, there's so little stone on the map that everything is like a hodgepodge of like different stone. Like, this is all the stone on the map, and that's enough I could actually build a good couple buildings out of. Like, that's honestly not a bad amount. But that's been after a number of meteors and all that kind of stuff. But, I could build, like, you see, like, this one corner here is stone. This building's fully stoned. This is gonna be stone. This is the initial building we used. We used to have another room here, but it burned down after a really bad raid. You can see that, my defensive walls are a hodgepodge of stone. An enemy with an incendiary bomb seems very, very scary. Yeah. Honestly, the only room that's really bad is this room. This room here for flammable is the really scary one. These little, like, bungalow things, the good news is, sure, they will burn that room out, and it can jump across the water there. It doesn't do so very quickly, and otherwise they'll try and burn along the path, and you just have two people just stand, like, one person can block it from getting any advance. So this part isn't that bad. But yeah, when fire starts in this room, it's gonna be a bad time. We'll definitely get to a phase in the game where then we get moisture pumps. Or, sorry, I should say, as long as we survive to the point of the game that we get to, you know, moisture pumps, you're gonna just, you know, plunk them down and just let them work. Now, to actually become too accustomed to special Naked Brutality set I do, you start with Naked Brutality, but Tribal Tech to start off. So yeah, so I have the no technology. Yeah, so you can see I still don't have Pemmican, but, like, I don't start with anything over there. So I do no research, random research. So if we also click here, you'll see I got no research button. We said, hey Randy, do you like managing R&D? Congratulations, Randy, this is your job now. And I will tell you, Randy has a lot of desire to get early game drugs and the water wheel generator. Almost every map, no matter the map, you're going to end up with a water wheel generator with random research. And almost every imaginable kind of drug. Which does make for a funny meme. But it's good. It forces you to play the game very differently. Like, I almost never use the medicine that makes you immune to, like, malaria and all that. And I kept getting it, and I was like, yeah, well, I've got it. I'm gonna use it. It's here. These days, I will sometimes go out of my way to get that, because being able to, like, plunk down a couple hundred silver for some materials to get some pills to basically say, hey, malaria is just not a mechanic I feel like dealing with for the next half year. Easy. No question. Absolutely wonderful. It's a way to delete colony wealth by just spending taking that money and just dumping it out there and just trading whatever junk you get to get rid of it. And then you get that medicine, and you just put them on a schedule. I think it's like 5 days or whatever. But, so for like the next, yeah, so sleeping sickness, malaria, and you know what? That's probably why, because earlier we came up with that person like, oh yeah, sleeping sickness is terrible. It's like, man, I can't think of the last time I got sleeping sickness. Right, because in 90% of my runs nowadays, I've got my people nearly permanently on the stuff that makes them just flat out immune to it. That stuff's great. And it's one of those ones you just don't think about half the time, and then you start using it, you're like, oh my god, it's so amazing. And then smoke leaf, smoke through joints, chew on, psychoid leaf. Yeah, Randy do what Randy do. Yeah, no, I usually keep Site T around as my, like, there's a lot of people who have, like, something as, like, their mood bonus thing or their money maker. I find I like to have Site T around because usually I end up with it anyways. And it's something that, generally speaking, you don't run into too much problems. Okay, so with the 2 turbines, I'm going to try turning on our smelter. So we can start taking the slag here, because we honestly have a decent amount of slag. That's actually where most of my metal in this run is going to come from, is just all the various crap attacking me. You think you need to be loyal to the Empire to gain firefighting ability? What? No, you could put out fires by yourself. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Like, since it reduces pain, slaves off sleep, and has little to no addiction, you're crazy with the mood buffs? Yeah. So what are the downsides versus them and Site T? So, all 3 of them you can get addictions to. And the addictions have all got, like, different levels of how they going on. Generally, any addiction in the game is pretty awful. Water skip is what I'm guessing? Oh, yeah, no, you're talking about water skip? Water skip is helpful. I wouldn't say for giant wood buildings water skip is gonna save the day. But yeah, that's not wrong. You can also go to the psychic tree here. As a tribal, I can use that. And I was doing that at the beginning, but we just couldn't keep up with it. Okay, so everyone's already converted. But yeah, so the Site T is kind of all around. It's got I want to say it has a little bit higher addiction risk than someone would have to look it up. I want to say Site T of the 3 has the 2nd highest. Sorry, it's yeah, so each drug has a tolerance addiction chance. And you need to have that % tolerance before you can get an addiction chances. Yeah, and I want to say of the 3, I think Smokeleaf had the highest risk, and I want to say alcohol had the lowest risk. I'm probably wrong on that, though. Because one of those things that I kind of found the pattern I liked in the past, and I haven't really changed it, and I don't remember all the details that went into that. Site T is also very readily available, versus beer is the most complicated and easiest to ruin of the 3, because you have to grow the hops, harvest the hops, make the hops into wort, and then take that wort and put into kegs, and you have to keep the kegs within a temperature range until it's done, and then you get beer. And so you have a heat wave and you lose them all, or your AC fails and you lose it all. You get the idea. There's a lot of things that can go wrong during the process that suddenly you lose the whole batch. Versus the other ones, you just, like for the smoke leaf and the other one, you just get the green stuff and all you have to worry about is getting burned or rotted. And then whenever you've got time, you just make it into the final product. Multi-analyzer. I will take a book that'll give us that. So we got the multi-analyzer that. I need the components. If I can make that happen. So we'll sell the chicken meat. Because that's going to rot any second now. Ooh, I am not going to be able to make that work. And they also have steel. The steel I can take... Ah, man. So we got the book. What was the thing I grabbed a bunch of? Components. I'm just not going to be able to grab that many components. I want to. But it's going to be 20 components instead. And of course the components got ditched in the water where they rot extra fast. And I don't know where the book is. Okay, they already got it. Let's see, Site T, you need upwards of 80% tolerance before you're in the danger zone. Plus 12 mood, 80% pain, 10% rest, 80% sleep rate. So it's very good in the I need to stay awake for combat kind of drug. Yeah, I usually don't use it for the combat aspect. That's, I mostly use it for trade purposes. Like, it's something that it gives my people something to work on. If people are having mood issues, you can have them have a little sippy sip, and that can help with that. I usually don't have to worry about that too much. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of those you use to make them happy when like people are getting snippy. It's also great for if you have like I think Cookie here has chemical fascinate or chemical interest. Yeah, so chemical want. So if I leave that go too long, they'll start getting a pretty nasty negative mood debuff, and that's a way around it. All right, so we should be getting our crops up in not super long. All right, so the Empire stay was okay. They'll visit again in a while. That's totally fine. All right, Sentient Cookie's actually finally becoming at least tolerable when it comes to their cooking ability. I remember when we had a good cook in the colony. Those were good times, with way less food poisoning. Let's see, beer, there's 5 levels of drunk: warm, tipsy, drunk, hammered, blackout, giving you plus 10, plus 14, plus 20, plus 26 mood, respectively. Yeah, for me, the big thing with beer is just there's so many things that go wrong, but you're trying to do... Yeah, you'll get like so many different things that can go wrong trying to produce it. Like, it's not terrible, but I almost never end up making the beer just because, especially with the no research, random research, all of these rooms don't have any temperature control, only this one, so you get the idea. I struggle to keep that going. Alright, meanwhile, if we have that, so I can make my smoke grenade launcher, that's been overdue forever. As much as I want to start making the flak helmets and all these kinds of things, that's just a thing that's not going to happen. Not till I have deep drilling, because my steel is such a premium. Power looks better? Yeah. Yeah, the one I remember is anytime I did the alcohol stuff, the amount of time... Alright, Conrad is in labor. Oh man, you could not be far enough. You could not be farther away. Gather for childbirth. Get there as fast as you can, because you are on the other side of the map. Yeah, now my issue with is I found... One second, let me hit snooze real fast. I found with the beer it was hard to get produced, and I had a very high rate of getting organ problems. Healthy baby! Excellent, so we got a brand new healthy baby in the colony, and welcome in Harry. Brand new baby to the colony. So we've got all that going on, but yeah, so for me it was always the alcohol. I had like so many times where you get like liver problems and all that sort of stuff that can get, you know, really, really rough. And then the other thing was just making it was the most annoying of the three. And then for Smoke Leaf, I would find my people would get high and I wouldn't realize it. And then you go into a fight with half of them like half knocked out because they're high off, like they're stoned off their rocker. And they would do horrifically badly in a fight, and so I just tried to stop keeping them. They're good for handling mood penalties, but like if you get an untimely fight with those two, it's a bad time. Versus Saiti is there's pros and cons with having in the fight. The pain reduction and all that can help you, but at the same time, there's also like it's a mixed bag for fighting. But it's most of the consequences I found to be the most mild. It doesn't work very well for people who have, like, chemical fascination and all that. Saiti does almost nothing for them. Oh, let's see. The movement speed debuff kind of makes it blah. Yeah. Yep. All right, so with that said, though, chat, it is getting to be a little bit after my normal wrap-up stream time, so I'm going to be winding down the stream, but don't go anywhere. We are going to go find someone for us to raid. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I do play a whole variety of games, including RimWorld, as well as like games like, on the very rare occasion nowadays, Project Zomboid, a bunch of simulations, Slice of Life, all that good stuff. So with all that said, what if you are watching over on YouTube? That stream will be ending because I don't do raid things over there. It's too much of a pain to do that. But over here on Twitch, we're going to go ahead and get to our ending stream scene, see who is online right now to go say hello.